Testing, testing, testing. Oh, it's hot. Hello, test, test, test. A lot of echo here. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hey, Ron, you made it. It's going crazy. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
That's good.
Yeah, it was exciting. We had a really good day yesterday. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Test, test.
Gonna give a good talk.
Good. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Two, 3, test. Testing, 1, 2, 3, test, 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 test. So can you hear that, Alan? Can you hear anything from that speaker? Testing, 1, 2, 3. But it's like there's reverbing. One, 3, test, 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 test. It wasn't doing that last night. That's interesting. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, stream started. Thank you for jumping in. We got a great day. It's almost 10 o'clock. Working on some technical issues. We got our big interview with Amiga Bill. Just trying to work out the final audio situations. I need to figure out how to mute one of the participants in this remotely, so it doesn't come through. I've got to figure that out. Not sure. Solo. Okay. Anyway, I'm trying to think this through. So I don't know if that's actually going to work. Oh my God. There's a lot of options. Wow. 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 Wow, so much here. Blowing my mind. Sorry, I'm distracting myself. We got like one more minute. Oh, okay, we're supposed to be starting. Yeah, so AmiWest 2024. Work on my little side project here to simultaneously stream to YouTube while being on Amiga Bill's stream, and everyone can hear everything, and there's not some absolutely horrifying audio feedback, which I think I can do because there's so many buttons in this piece of software that I'm using. It's pretty phenomenal. But I got to figure out how to do it. Compressor gain. So what I'm not seeing is how to create more okay. Crap, how am I going to do this? So we'll let a few more people join. Schedule-wise, we have a bunch of stuff to get through. We'll start. I'm going to open the show here in a couple minutes. At 10:30 Pacific, we're going to be joined by the Stefan Nordlander and Mr. A of Enterlogic, who are building new motherboards. Trevor featured some of them in their presentations and talks. I gotta go unplug my car. Okay. So I'm doing this wrong, but I think we'll live. I'm learning how our new toys work. Well, they're picking up each other, I suppose. Okay. We have Raffle updates. Okay. So we're going to get things kicked off here in just a second. I need to edit my microphones so they're on the channel. When I turn off my new microphone thing, it changes the settings, which breaks stuff. And I gotta remember how it works. Okay, we'll make this one 11. Okay, that's locked in. Sorry, it just takes a few seconds. Okay. Trevor did a great show. You can go back to our stream, fast forward to it, check it out. It was really, really nice, talking about what is an Amiga in 2024. I was impressed with Trevor's presentation. I learned a lot about what's going on in the world of hardware. Absolutely amazing. Maybe next year we can get a similar presentation on the software side, because there is a lot happening there. It's pretty impressive. Hold on, this guy needs a better channel. Let me try that. Body mic. Just changed the battery, so we're good. Waiting for Stefan to dial in. He's not here yet. Turn this on. So the other schedule we have today are a games presentation. Ron Nicholson? Sorry, Ron. Just walked in. Ron was one of the original Amiga founders with one of the first hires that Jay Miner did to the Amiga team. He showed up this morning. He lives in the Bay Area. Love to have him here. Great guy. We'll have him on the stream. So he joined Amiga with Jay Miner. He had worked at the very, very, very beginning. When he first contacted me during the Amiga 30th, he said, "Hi, I'm Ron Nicholson, and I want to, I saw about your 30th. I want to participate." I'm like, "Who is this guy? I never heard of him." And it turns out that if you go back and look at all the original patents, he's all over them. But he left the company. They asked him to leave the company when the funds were getting tight, because he was a very highly paid person, and so that's why he wasn't he wasn't there when the Commodore acquisition happened and through the end of the project. He was there in the very beginning, establishing the architecture, designing the blitter, designing how it operated, that kind of stuff. So we can have a conversation with him. If you have any questions about those really early days, like the very, very, very early days of what it was like when it was like 4 people that were, Hi-Toro making the Amiga, then that would be Ron. Let me switch cameras here. The camera view you're looking at is actually a home security camera that I have on the far end of the show. Let me zoom out here, and I'll pop over so you can see that one. Let me turn on my GoPro. And that's the broadcast booth camera. USB connected, broadcast booth. Let's see if it boots. It does boot, so we can fade over. Okay, here I am. Sorry about all that. Lots to prepare. I'm going to go to the handheld. Oh, I'm getting a call from Illinois. Let me see who this is. It's probably some spam thing. Hello? Hello? Okay. Just spam. No worries. I am going to go mobile here for a few minutes, talk about the Raffle items. Actually, I'll do this as a little preview. I'm going to go tour the Raffle table. So for those who are in here early, you get a peek at it, and you will wish you were here. I'll probably do a similar thing with Amiga Bill, but we'll take a little bit longer. Refresh. Okay. Well, that's an interesting thought. House audio microphone in. Just send it. That's going to require a little more thought than I have right now. Okay. Okay, let me switch over. Good morning. Good morning, AmiWest. Whoa. Oh, you know why? When you turn the board on, it goes into echo mode, not fucking compressor. That's why it was so stupid. Is because the VFX on the board were turned on. Duh. Oh my gosh. If this is all I had to do when I got here, it'd probably be a little easier. But I do a few other things. Okay, so I'm going to literally go mobile. We'll fade to mobile. So it's going to be a little shaky. I'll do my best to not have that happen. I've got to navigate the speakers. So this is what's being broadcast. Good morning. Who, by show of hands, who has purchased raffle tickets? Who has purchased enough raffle tickets? No hands. I love it. I'm going to do a quick tour of the raffle, and I'm freaking out because there's a speaker over there. I'm going to turn this off and fix that. Hold on one second. Okay, hopefully that doesn't cause massive crazy feedback. Say hi, Trevor.
Good morning.
I love that shirt, baby. Okay, move, Marshall. Okay, so we have the raffle. We have a Trevor. He is pointing to a tie. Why would someone put a raffle ticket for this particular tie?
Well, it was done at the start of the Amiga 1 X1000 development. It's signed by myself, Hans Frieden, Thomas Frieden, Kostel, Rene, and a few other developers. So it's the last one of the signed ties. So I think there were 3 at the time, at the start of the X1000, Amiga 1 X1000 development. There you are.
Amiga 1 X1000 developer signed tie. Perhaps valuable someday. We have $600, a full standalone discrete VX, put in a Vampire V4, a Roku TV, Retro Passion, put in a new 500 case. All the items are here on the floor. When you have to be here to win. Tank mice are in here. Copy of PageStream. I've got like 30 of them. Copy of PageStream. Thanks, Jerry. The design droid is here, so you can have Stu Cambridge, who did he was part of Cannon Fodder. Yeah, build your avatar, online avatar. There's another Sordan in here. A black tank mouse, so you can get to choose. We've got the Re4091. I'm going to put my cards in that one. A rabbit hole computing, SCSI to SD. The Amiga Kit Modern Retro. That is a fantastic package. The signed Boeing tie is right here. We've got the standalone Roku. There is the Alenia 4-player. Fantastic. That's the one you were talking about, Dan. And then the Omniport device, which I could use for my toys. So that is our raffle over here. And then Paul Revendez, am I saying that right? Resendez. He brought a MorphOS tower. Win this machine, $5. Ask for Paul. 50%. You got a good chance. You know. And yeah, and then I'll be doing it over 4 games. We'll probably get Ron up for a few minutes to talk, and we'll go from there. Thank you, everyone. While we're Is that doing what I think it's doing? Oh boy. I would optioning. But I need to turn off made for kids. No, this is not made for children. I was being silly. Okay, chat should now be working in YouTube and Discord. How was the audio? I'm looking for feedback on how the audio was for the tour I just did. I'm going to need to know that for the presentation I'm doing in a little bit here. Okay, so I've re-enabled chat on YouTube stream. Apologies, just juggling lots of things. Stefan is not here. That's good. Got one last problem to solve. But no, I think I did actually solve it. I think we're good. So I'm waiting for feedback on the audio of that last little segment. And then which just feels greatly simplified. So let me do that and go to mute on my system here. That probably helps. So we have a new set of Shure microphones. This is wrong. I've got some work to do. I didn't realize. I bought them, threw them in storage, and ran off. We've got the old probably 35 plus years. It's still kicking. It still does its job. Then we've got the broadcast system. Just making sure I don't have any passwords on screen here. So this is turn things on, turn things off. And then this is a computer I got from the Pleasant Hill Pacheco Electronics Recycling that I use as our main. Oh. Okay, sorry guys. Let me do that again. This is the Shure. You can see at the top there it says Radio Shack. And then here's the just why I wasn't doing it. So if I go to the show, this and get all that cool stuff and then run the show that way. But you know what? I don't have the budget, so we just buy stuff. Audio and loud. I might have 25% CPU. So thank you for reporting that, Kathy. It's interesting because it shouldn't. Like right now, but the computer's lagging. So I'm wondering if I'm pushing a little too hard right now. Yeah, I'm at like 70% CPU. Let me kill the FOSCAM software. Okay, Kathy suggested if you want to be relog. When I set because we shouldn't be swearing, and then I realized that disables chat, and I cleaned up the one for yesterday and day 2, which is what. So apologies for that. Let me kill that. Let me kill this. Let me kill this. No. You know, I don't need that today. No, I do need this today. It's my remote switcher so that I can, while I'm doing my games presentation, I can move from a picture of me to a picture of the screen. While I'm doing the games, you'll see me reach over and fiddle with my laptop or my tablet, and that's what I'm doing. Let's see if we have Stefan joining in yet. Not yet. Discord's running. YouTube stream is here. Yeah, it's hard for me to actually hear the YouTube stream, but I see it jumping in and out. Okay, let me get off of that. Yeah, it's the same thing what I'm seeing there. Let me switch back over to the show floor. Oh, sorry, the broadcast booth. Yeah, so anyway, that was what was going on there. So I think I'm scheduled at 11 to do AmigaOS 4 game presentation, which is kind of back when we didn't have a lot of presenters. So I'm like, I'll present. I used to tell people they were presenting. Didn't go quite as well. Um, 11:22 is a little tight for Ron. So we'll see if we can get him in there. I could do... What could I do? Let me do this. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Okay. We have a few minutes. I saw that the 3D object converter was released. I saw it on Amiga News. Shout out to Amiga News, fantastic site. And I emailed the person who wrote it. I said, hey, I got a show coming up. Oh, here's Steve from Interlogic. Let me kill this.
Hi.
Hey, Steve, can you hear me? 1 second.
At 100% as well. And me and Mr. A did a sound check just a couple of minutes ago, and everything was fine then. So. Viva Amiga.
Yeah, you're coming.
Viva
Yeah, I can hear myself talk as well.
Amiga. Awesome sauce.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you sound perfect on the stream.
All right, that's great.
Oh my God,
I
that's great.
do not know. I sent the link to Mr. A. He wasn't very happy, or neither was I, that we changed the tool in the last minute. But I think he should pop in.
I literally found this last night. It's a free tool. These are the options.
It seems really good. I love like slim down versions of stuff, and this was really, compared to Zoom, which is a nightmare to navigate.
This is, I'm just flabbergasted at how powerful this is. Let me change the URL I'm broadcasting. Uh-oh. Oh, I drank too much last night. I haven't just finished my tea. Okay, so now I've got you solo.
Righto.
Awesome. And when I cut, so you are now live on the stream.
Awesome.
You can't see the audience.
I
can fix that.
Yeah, it would be cool in case I want to do some see some hands or something like that.
I also have a mobile mic. So I'd love to be able to hand the mic to folks. But you're going to be listening to the open speaker.
That's cool.
How bad is that on your side? In terms of how can you hear me?
I can hear you okay. Fine. I get a lot of background noise, but that's cool. You're coming through. I'm guessing you're using the mic now.
Yeah, I'm using the mic on the laptop, on the tablet to talk to you.
Cool. Yeah, it works.
No, it's putting a lot of junk into the feed. I can hear you, but I'm trying to think the best way so you can hear everyone else.
I can hear all the sort of the charming background noise of the event.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go. Let me put this somewhere else. 1 second. So you guys can hear him.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Coming to you live from Halmstad, Sweden. This is Shoo with some awesome stuff. Let me see some fabulous Amigans. Oh, you also got those Boeing shoes that Trevor's got. Now the sound went away. I can't hear you now for some reason. I don't know if you're saying
Yeah,
it.
I muted the tablet for a second. Let me get this set up, and then I'm going to unmute the laptop speakers. It seems to do a better job of not aggressively altering the gain to try to pick something up.
Right. No rush from my side. Good to see you, everyone.
Okay. Hopefully this is going to work a little better.
Places, people, places. I'm not going to start until the first row is filled. So you better start chasing people. Yeah. Is that Trevor? I can't really see. Ah, hi, man. Good to see you.
That's definitely Trevor. Okay, everyone, we have with us Stefan Nordlander. Okay, Stefan in the room knows who this is. If you want a mini ITX version of a classic system, this is the guy to talk to. The Denise board is at Stefan's table. Trevor had a slide dedicated to his work, and so yeah, without further ado, well, we got to fill the first row. Fred, come sit. Who else? We need Dave Haney. Come on. We need Dave. Tony, come on. We got to fill the first row. Stefan's very demanding as a speaker.
Tired. Ah. Come on, you lazy bums. Take your seats.
We have Dave coming. We got Stefan coming. Jerry's coming.
There we go.
There we're getting some people. It is like, what is it? It's 10:35. Most of the people in this room went to bed today. Some of them have not yet gone to bed yet, so they're a little slow. You got to be gentle with them.
I'm not in any rush, but let me know when you want me to start. Go, go, go. So, from Sweden with love, what's that about? I heard you got some previews last night at the banquet. And what I'm going to talk about is the mini ETX boards that Mr. Anderson designed a couple of years ago. So I actually prepared some slides. I'm going to use those just to keep track of things. And we're going to start off with 10% off, of course, for you guys. So at the end, I'm going to give you for everyone who's still awake, is going to get a code, promo code that you can use to get 10% off, and also a couple of adapters to the Denise boards. I'm going to touch on the pricing a little bit later, so you understand what you're actually paying for. It's been, God damn it, it's been 12 years, guys. Are we getting old? No, we're not. The color of the beard is supposed to be gray, right? So around 2012, a guy popped into our Swedish Amiga forums calling himself Mr. Anderson. And he posted a blog that he had created a mini ITX Amiga clone, basically. And that was the Amy, which I'm holding here. He did it as a challenge, and because his wife wouldn't allow him to keep a big clunky Amiga in the living room connected to the TV. So he wanted like a small mini ITX case. And he worked on this. He's a hardware engineer by profession. So he designed this. He didn't use anything that was available at the time. And he reverse engineered an Amiga 500 from scratch, basically. And he's kind of picky about that. We've discussed this on and off a lot of times. But for instance, it's using a PS2 mouse and keyboard, and he refused to use any code or anything that was available. He wanted to do it himself. And since he's really picky with the details, I have no idea how many hours he spent with the oscilloscope trying to figure everything out. But he posted this blog, and there was a lot of commotion at the time about it. Because the plan was never to definitely not make anything commercial. And the plan was to release it just to a couple of friends, basically. So he ordered 25 of these boards. And as you might expect, they disappeared immediately. People were crazy. They really wanted this. And even though it was a DIY solution, there's not even the bird seeds on this board. You had to solder everything yourself. But it became popular. And that's popularity and sort of fame was never on the agenda. He did not want that. So he actually pulled the blog at one point. He took it away because he didn't want any excitement or commotion around it. And that's when I started talking to him. And I convinced him to allow me to sort of be the front man to gather up some components and stuff like that. And that's when I contacted Trevor for the first time, because we actually I had a dream that I could sort of assemble a complete system. So I started digging for, and remember, this was like 12 years ago. So there was still components available, pretty decent prices compared to today for the A500 Plus series. So I bought a couple of batches of Denise and Angus and Paula, etc. But unfortunately, that was too ambitious for me. So we never reached that goal of delivering a complete system. I built a couple, or not I, but Mr. A built a couple of one which Trevor has in his collection. And Dave Haney also has one of these pre-built systems. I think actually those are the only two that we sold sort of complete. So that was back in 2012. And since this board had a lot of SMD components, he wanted to try to build a board that was completely through-hole to make it easier for customers to build it. Since it became so popular, and he realized that he was making an impact, which is a good thing. So he designed the Easy Amy, which I also have a board right here, so you can see it. I have another camera. I will give you a closer look at the boards later. I also have a pre-built system here of Easy Amy. So this is a mini text completely through-hole system. It has this CPLDI expansion in it, but that's just a bonus. So as you can see, they all have a PS2 audio, PS2 keyboard and mouse, 2 joystick, parallel and serial, as well as a 15-pin D-sub for standard Amiga video out. It also has floppy connector, basically an Amiga 500 with 2 slots. Um, but this one was never publicly released. There's still I wouldn't say kinks, but basically it was horribly difficult to build since the density between the components is crazy. To route this 4-layer board was an insane achievement on its own. So this was never released. But a couple of years later, around 2015-16, he started working, or he started, basically this has been a journey with the boards evolving continuously. So the next step sort of was to make a board that had all the bird seeds populated from the factory. So the customer only had to sort of solder the simple through-hole components. And that's when Denise came to fruition. So this is the Denise board that we're currently selling. It's been sold out since June, I think. And that's not sort of for the lack of components or anything like that. It's basically that this is a spare time thing, and we don't have time or energy to continuously do this. But we will, after the show actually, later tonight, at least in Sweden time, I will add a couple of boards to the Tindy store. So anyone who wants one can get a board and also use the 10% discount that I mentioned. So that's basically a mini ETX PCB with all the bird seeds. That's all the surface mount components assembled from the factory. Like I said, I have a different camera, but I don't know how good this view is, but about half of the components are surface mounted, so they're already there. And the rest is basically sockets and connectors that you solder on. And then you get a mini ETX A500 with 2 Soro slots. That's one of the main features. You get 2 Soro slots. And as I said, the PS2 mouse keyboard is built in. There's an ATX standard power on here. And a lot of the sort of the small features that you add on later on an Amiga 500, that is built into this board. So for instance, you have there's an AVR on here that handles ROM mapping. And I'm going to show that in a demo if the Lord permits. And also you have a debug header between the Soro slots down here. So you can hook up a simple USB serial adapter, and then you can get output to see what kind of keyboard it detects. Because it also, of course, it supports both Amiga keyboards and standard PC keyboards, PS2. So it auto detects that when you reset the board. Yeah, you'll have to ask me questions later. I'm probably missing half of the features, stuff like that. Live presentation. So we built and sold a couple of these. I don't have an exact number, but we sold a lot to Germany and the UK, a couple to the US. Thanks, Stefan, for offering to bring the boards, and cheers, mate. And thank you so much for bringing a Denise board to show people. Really appreciate it. So what's in the future? The future is big, man. It's huge. No, it's not. It's still mini ITX. And in fact, I'm going to give you a little sneak peek on what's coming probably next year. And I'm not going to give any dates or estimates or price indications or things like that. But basically, he's been working on this board since the beginning as well. He did the first prototype of this back in 2012, and he brought it to a barbecue without saying anything. It was just like, hey guys, I brought this mini ETX 1200 if you want to take a look at it. It gave me the chills, man. But here it is. So this is Alicia 1200, which is yeah. I don't know how to describe this because I think it's so awesome. So it's got all the features you might expect. It's got the clock port. Let's see, around here, IDE, and then he put the serial and parallel on headers to keep the board as flat as possible. So it will only have one height of connectors, like the original 1200. It won't be dual height as these boards are, right there. So this will be perfect for putting in really small, tight cases, keyboard cases, maybe. And we haven't really decided on how we're going to deliver this because everyone is not comfortable soldering this kind of pitch on the ICs. Plus the fact that the AGA chipset is getting hard to find. There is still one retailer who carries them in the UK, I've seen. But unless you have a broken 1200 to desolder these from, you're out of luck. There are a couple of the Re-Agnes and basically all the chips have been reverse engineered and put into FPGAs, and you could use those. But that then you're into rather use an FPGA arcade or something like that, a Mister. But this is it. This is a genuine chipset mini text board that will be launched next year. And I thought we'd just see if everything works, and I'm going to show you. I mean, you know how an Amiga looked like, right? Except that my capture card, for some reason, I'm using the. Let me turn this on. Hang on. There. I'm using the Pi RGB HDMI. I don't know what it's called, adapter. So that's probably what's messing up the colors. I haven't configured it correctly. But there you have it. I'm going to show you one of the main features that I love because I asked for it. It's this one. So the SIM card has a beautiful Denise logo that our friend Andreas made for us. It's really difficult to aim with a camera since it's reversed. But yeah, so I can just like pop in a floppy. And it's doing what an Amiga 500 is supposed to do. It's too bad you can't hear the floppy sound because this is a really old Amiga 2000 floppy. I think it's loud as hell. So this is a OS 3.2 on this machine. So it takes a little while to load. And as you can see here, I'm using a standard Pico PSU 80X. And I've tried this board with 4 different PSUs, and all of them have worked flawlessly. The power requirements is not high. I think I've driven it with like 2 amps on the 12 volt. So it's nothing. But yeah, so this is the board. I haven't connected any. I have a keyboard connected actually, not a mouse, so I can't do much from here. Maybe I can do like that. Yeah. So one of the cool features that I mentioned was that it had MCU, not an Arduino, sorry, an AVR, not Mega, and that has a feature to connect the most significant address pins of the ROM to the keyboard. So what I have done is simply to, when I turn on scroll lock here, damn camera, I turn on scroll lock and then I simply reboot. We will get into the diagnostic ROM instead. And this is a great feature. Since it supports is it 2 megabytes? I always get that confused. 4 megabit, right? 2 megabytes. So you can have 4 different standard 512K ROMs on this. And you can sort of just switch with them. You can switch between 2 of them with the scroll lock button. So if I can actually just do this for funsies. And if I turn off the scroll lock key and reboot, we're back into AmigaOS or Amiga Kickstart. Now I want some applause, right? Something? Thank you. I'm humbled. No, seriously. This is fun. We're doing this for fun. Sometimes I forget that, but that's a bit why I'm hung up on this from Sweden with love thing. I think that it's a lot about community. What we're selling, I don't even want to call it selling because we're not making any money. And what we're providing, I should say, is sort of the opportunity to. We all want to go back to our roots, right? And building your own system, when you turn it on for the first time, I mean, if you haven't done it, you have to at least build something because it's an awesome feeling. And you learn so much. God damn. I've learned so much about the Amiga architecture just by being sort of on the sideline of this. But asking all the questions, meeting all the awesome people, that's what it's about. It's about community. And yeah, the Discord, I don't really remember how it started, but we decided to use the Retro Tinkering Discord server. And all you guys have been so amazing in there. I mean, supportive technically and I'm going to say emotionally, but seriously, it's about that. If you have some questions, you want to find something out, there's always someone there to help out. And that's one, I would say that's the most important thing I love about doing this. So I don't know which slide you can see right now, because I want to go here. I want to bring the questions to the floor. If anyone wants to know anything specific, except for the icebreakers, obviously. I can answer those if you want to, but I mean, shoot, if there's anything you'd like to know or curious about. I probably can't answer the technical stuff. We'll have to forward that to the engineers.
Hi there. I was curious what the number of layers in the boards, and if there's any difference between the Elisa and the others in terms of the number of layers, because it's ridiculous that. I'm
really sorry. Someone will have to translate that or fix the mic. I tried to make it out, but I couldn't.
All right.
No worries.
Hey, let me try again. I was curious how many layers you need to put in the boards, and if there's a difference between the different boards in terms of the layers. I think you mentioned one only had 2.
Yeah. In the beginning, the first models actually had 2 layers. That was only the first 25 boards that were done in 2 layers. The rest got a proper ground and power layer on them. So the Ami boards that we sold, I think we sold around 50 of those. All of those had 4 layers. And the rest of them has been 4 layers as well. One thing, and even the AGA chipset board has 4 layers. And he wanted to put in some more features on the board, like fast ROM, for instance, would have been cool to have, but it was just impossible to do with 4-layer board. And we wanted to sort of keep the complexity and cost down as well. So since this board, all of them basically support all the accessories that normal Amigas have. For instance, I mean, if you look at this is an Easy Ami that I have here. I'm gonna switch the camera so we can actually get a better look. There we go. So let's see if I can get this right. So this is the Easy Ami that we're looking at now, which is the through-hole one. And you can see here I have the Gotta Go Fast ROM expansion here. And if you want to put on something else, if you want to put a PyStorm on there, works perfectly. I actually have I have two systems running here. So like I said, if everything works as it's supposed to, we should see another one here. So this is another Ami system with a vampire, obviously, running Coffin OS. So and you can do stuff that you do with a vampire, like playing Quake, of course. What else? So I mean, all the accessories you can imagine. I don't know. I think there's been one or two odd accessories for the Zorro ports that that has been reported not working, but that's very, very rare. Basically, what you get. I'm gonna turn off this. Sorry, it's disturbing. Basically, what you get is an Amiga 500 that you put one of these sidecars on, so you get a Zorro slot on the side. But instead, this one has two of them built in, and that brings on all the limitations of a normal Amiga 500 Plus, obviously. So you can only have one card using DMA, for instance. You can't have two SCSI cards. You can have one SCSI card, one network card, one SCSI, one graphics card, or whatever. So if I switch here and here, you should see the third system that I hopefully wanted to show you. Yeah. So this is another Denise board that I have in a very tight mini DeX case underneath my monitor here. And as you can see, it has one of the Picasso clones in it that Mr. A did a smaller version of this one, of the GB8P2 that Matze adapted. So this is sort of the third division of that. So it fits into the very slim. I just made a gesture showing you very slim. So it fits in the small cases. So here I have a network card, an Ariadne clone, I guess you could say, because that's another board. Let me know if your mind starts to fade out. I'll cut it short. I could probably talk to you guys for hours about this. So he did a couple of boards, Zorro boards, that he adapted to fit in the small chassis. So, and this is one of them. It's a network card using the Realtek 8019 chipset. So we sold this as DIY boards as well. We included them in a kit. And just recently, I've got a batch of boards that has all the SMT components pre-soldered as well. So it's only 4 components you have to put on here. A clock and 2 sockets and the mag jack. So that's very simple to build. And I'm considering building a couple and reselling them as well, if anyone is interested. The Picasso card that he made is available open source on a1.org, right? The German site. so you can get those and order them yourself if you want to. Yeah, like I said, he did a couple of Zorro boards. He made a small USB card as well. Yeah, I think that's. Like I said, I could probably go on for hours, but I don't. I realize you guys are tired. So, if there aren't any more questions.
Nice. One question for Trevor. Come in here, Trevor. We're there. 1 second. He hears through here. We hear through here. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Hi, Stefan. Yeah, excellent work that Mr. A and yourself are doing. Now,
Thanks.
I know a lot of people can solder. I can solder, but it would look like it was done by a monkey. Are any of the guys that do the Amiga boards, are they potentially going to build systems for people, or are you planning to offer a system build price? I know it'll be expensive.
Yeah, great question. I've actually been in contact. I've been hunting people who do these Amigas, and unfortunately, every single one that I've contacted has said that they have just too much to do, and charging. It's difficult to charge for these things. I mean, getting a decent hourly price on when you solder boards like this. I mean, if you're willing to pay, absolutely someone can do it for you. But for us to sort of coordinate this, and then I went over a couple of sort of procedures to do this. I thought about people shipping in their broken Amigas, and then we do I know Chucky has been doing sort of people send his broken A1200. I have one of his boards here as well, or 3 of them actually. But it's difficult to sort of coordinate, and there's a lot of shipping back and forth. So I haven't landed on a business model, so to speak, but it would be awesome to be able to do that. Yeah. So, but we still have Lisa is still in, and Alicia is still in sort of a last testing phase. So we still have a couple of months to figure those things out. But yeah, it would be cool. I'm not going to solder Alicia myself either, so I'm going to pay Mr. A to do it. Yeah, cheers.
First, AmiWest, really appreciate the presentation. It's fantastic. Super excited about your work. And we'll see you here next year, right? You're going to come?
Hopefully. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So I was going to do the AmigaOS 4 games. I was going to do the AmigaOS 4 games, but Ron Nicholson is here. Do you guys want to talk to Ron, or do you want to see some games? Do you know who Ron is? So the people who went to the 30th know who Ron is. If you don't, Kevin, do you know who Ron is? You do. He was, yes. Okay. Do we want Ron or games? We want Ron. We don't want you, Bill. I hear it. I got you, Alan. You're off our Christmas list. Let me go grab him. They have a few seconds to warm up. Okay, there's no mute. If somebody asks a question, I'll give them a mic too, and so we can just hand them the mic around. And you go, Ron. Thank you for coming.
Oh, okay.
Really appreciate you driving up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. I guess I have to introduce myself just in case there's anyone out there who hasn't heard of me. My name's Ron Nicholson. I was involved at the very origins of the Amiga Corporation. Actually, it was called High Toro at the time I joined. Dave Morse and Jay Miner had originally, put together the company. Actually, there were some names before that you can read about in the books. And Jay hired me since we worked together at Apple on a chip for the Macintosh. And so Jay dragged me in to help him with the original architecture of the Amiga chipset at the very origins of the Amiga. It wasn't even called Amiga back then. It was named a few months after I got there. I was actually the first engineering employee at Amiga because Jay didn't start until a couple months after I did, even though he was a founder. So anyway, I'm just here to answer random questions. I did this at the Amiga event in Ireland a couple of years back, and I got some really good questions. And so, I'm not sure I have the answers since this was 4 decades ago, and my memory of those events isn't that great. But if you have any questions about the early Amiga history, please ask away, and I will attempt to give at least an entertaining answer, if not a correct one. Go ahead. The mic isn't on.
Test.
Okay,
So
waiting for the mic.
Test. Okay, I failed. Some time ago, I was talking to you about the wire wraps, and you mentioned in passing about you'd subcontracted the wire wrap work to 3 ladies in San Francisco that were kind of seamstresses or something like that. And then there was financial issues with Amiga, and they were chasing you down to pay for that work. Do you recall?
Ask the question again.
The wire wraps.
Yes.
Was subcontracted to some ladies that didn't know electronics. They were just seamstresses or some kind of garment industry workers that did that work. Do you recall it?
Okay. Yes. Actually, it wasn't just random 3 layers. It was actually a subcontractor who had a bunch of ladies working for him, and he would go to various startup companies and offer wire wrapping services. And so the first Amiga, let's see, the breadboards for the Amiga chipset were wire wrapped by the same company that wire wraps some of the disk controller prototypes for the Macintosh. Because I had worked with this subcontractor before, I gave the name to Dave Morse, and he said, oh yeah, okay, if you trust him, we'll write a contract for him and speed up the process of wire wrapping the 3 boards for the Agnes Daphne Porsche original. So that's where it came from. Actually, my recollection was they didn't know, they weren't electronic technicians, but in order to win the contracts with lots of companies in Silicon Valley, they were very thorough and careful with their work. So I do not recall specifically having to rewire significant things. There may have been a bad wire wrap occasionally, or a broken wire you had to debug. That's the only thing in my dim recollection of having to fix. But my recollection is the wire wrap jobs were, they did a better job of wire wrapping the boards than I did, because if you remember some of the stories, I wire wrapped 2 of the original Amiga wire wrap prototypes, and I only got 1 working reliably. The other one was really flaky, and Dave Needle and I never fixed it, and Dave was unhappy that I wasn't, I had wire wrapped it and messed one of the boards up. Anyway, go ahead. Yes. At one point at time, the finances were so poor that I had to talk them into keep on wire wrapping the boards, even though Dave Morse was really late on the payments. But anyway, that's, yeah, back in the early history of the struggling startup company trying to stay afloat with, with the finances right on the edge.
I don't think, is this working?
I
No.
can't hear this microphone, so I have to come up and...
Bill, this is not working, by the way.
Keep turning it down because I don't know if it's going to
Yeah, okay.
Hello,
Okay,
hello.
Trevor?
Oh, that's better.
Yeah, okay, Trevor, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I think RJ always tells a story of coming back from taking the whole board to the show and coming back and finding one of the wires wasn't even on and it shouldn't have worked at all. Is that a true story? Or is it one of the things that...
I'm trying to remember because I remember them coming back from the show and RJ telling stories, but I don't remember the exact contents of the stories. He was a good storyteller and told very believable stories, so I would believe what he said, maybe with a grain of salt, but it was very entertaining nonetheless of that entire trip. I actually did not spend a lot of time with the prototypes. Dale Luck and RJ did. My job was to walk around the show floor to find other people that Dave Morse might want to, hit up for, possible business relationships. So anyway, go ahead. Any other questions?
The other one that I always hear is that Steve Jobs visited the demonstration at the show, and the comment was too much hardware. Well, of course, it was all wire apps. I'm sure there was too much hardware. Is there any truth in that one?
Yes, I heard that story. I'm trying to remember whether I heard it from Jay Miner well after it. It did not occur at the CES show. It occurred actually after I had left. Because I had worked with Steve Jobs at Apple beforehand, and so I went, this happened after I left Amiga, and I was told that Steve Jobs, eventually, they wanted to bring him over to find out whether, I don't know, they wanted to sell it to Apple or something like that. Steve already had engineers at Apple who were trying to talk him to do something equivalent, not as a game machine, but business focus, but the people at Apple claimed they could do it in one chip. So that was Bill Atkinson and I think Burl Smith, and they were working on it with Martin Haberle, who came from VLSI, and they thought they could do a Macintosh integrated version similar to the Amiga, but in one chip, and that had failed. But that was still in Steve's mind, saying, no, they should have been able to do it in one chip, and comes and looks at the Amiga and says, look at all these chips, 3 chips and lots of wires, too many chips. And so that's what I heard the comment was. Okay. And, and I know why, because the engineers at Apple had told them it could be done in less chips. And maybe with Apple's financing, they could afford a bigger chip than we could have at Amiga. And so there's a possibility he was absolutely correct, because if you look at the later stuff Apple's done, they fit a ton of stuff in one chip.
Yeah. So the other one I like, and again, maybe you can, obviously you spent time in Apple, so you were Apple and Amiga and other things. So at Apple, what was Steve, I know we're Amigans, but it's interesting, what was Steve Jobs really like?
What was he really like? Yes. Well, you can read all the stories. He was a character. The only thing I can say was that the stories are he was a scary character. If asked you if you ran into him in an elevator and he asked what you were doing and didn't have a good story, he'd fire you. Well, that isn't true, because a couple times he came by my cubicle back when I was at Apple and said what I was doing. And, I would tell him what I was doing. And he says, that's stupid, and stomp off, but I didn't get fired. So we were used to that.
We avoided the elevator.
Yeah.
I worked at IL1 and I avoided the elevator because I heard that rumor.
Yeah. Okay. More questions?
I am curious if you could tell us anything about the influence that Apple had on Amiga, like the influence of the work from Apple. Did that have any influence on Amiga?
The influence of the work at Apple, did it have any influence on the Amiga? I'm trying to remember. Well, let's see. Basically, Jay and Joe DeCure had come from Atari, and they knew what Atari had done. And then Jay and I had worked together on a chip for the Macintosh. He didn't know, we didn't tell him exactly what we were doing, but he had a suspicion of what we were doing. And I knew, pretty much what we were doing since I'd worked on the actual hardware with Burl Smith. The one thing I would say that, that I brought to the Amiga was I specifically, when I was there, I was hired as director of engineering, not director of hardware engineering, but I knew from my work at Apple that I couldn't do anything like the software processes they were doing there. So I specifically went out to get Dave Pariseau. Actually, we actually interviewed some people from Xerox PARC. We were trying to get them, but we knew we needed to get a person familiar with modern software technology and user interfaces to come in and do something reasonable with the Amiga so he wouldn't seem completely obsolete compared to what we knew was going on at Apple and other companies. But since we were targeting at a game machine, we couldn't do exactly the same thing, but we wanted to have a similar, someone who, could do an advanced software stack with some ease of use to do the software instead of me who knew how to program in BASIC. So that was one thing that came over. The other thing, I can't say it's from strictly Apple because both Jay and Joe from Atari and me were working on higher levels of integration and board designs that could be mass-produced and stuff like that. So that was just general good engineering, I think. So I think, I'm trying to remember if there's anything else. Yeah, there was a couple things over. Basically, I think I was responsible for both voice synthesis on the Mac and the Amiga because I had purchased a board called Software Animated Mouth. I think it was Jeff Barton. Was it Jeff Barton was the name? I can't remember. But anyway, so I put Steve Jobs in touch with them to do Macintosh for the Mac, and then later when I went to Amiga, I told Dave Morse, contact these guys. They're software contractors. They could do some really good software for you. I can't tell you exactly what else they're doing, but if you talk to them, they might be able to do something good for the Amiga, and that's how the Amiga ended up with voice synthesis built in as well. So I think those two things sort of came with me to the Amiga project. Anyway, does that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
We know, Jay Miner is generally regarded among the community as the father of the Amiga. Can you say something about Dave Morse? Because I've heard lots of other stories about Dave Morse.
Well, Dave Morse sort of inspired the exact target of what he wanted to do. He had a lot of experience in marketing and what he predicts the customer would want, and he wanted basically I'm trying to remember the theme he wanted was he said the kids want a game machine not as much like Pong but something that would be like watching a Disney cartoon. He says you've got to add something to the chipset. The black and white graphics or the graphics you could do on an Apple II weren't sufficient for the level of gameplay authenticity that he thought would market well. And so he pushed Jay and myself and Joe DeCure, who had basic ideas about what we wanted to do with the game machine, to make sure that the thing could animate realistically much more than just a generic, business graphics engine, sort of like, and so that's where we sort of combined, the Mac was sort of had a black and white software blitter, the Atari had sprites, but the no blit at all. The processor had, was pretty much limited in doing anything, and so that's where we got the idea of doing a color blitter capable of turnaround time faster than you could do semi-real-time animation. So that was the key that Dave Morse, wanted cartoon-like animation, and from his marketing focus. He also was good about thinking about what are the channels you could put this through, which was good in the early days of Amiga when there was still a game channel. Obviously, halfway through the Amiga, the game market blew up, and so he was a little less prescient about what we could do, you know, when we weren't solely a game machine. So the company sort of, you know, you can read in the history the struggles the company had to rework itself as something more than a game machine. And I guess we got lucky, and it worked out well how we adapted, you know, to the change in the market. But getting the original idea funded was, you know, all Dave Morse. Talking Jay to come in to work on this, you know, Dave was a little involved in that, and putting together the first channel team. As you know, they're like Amiga joysticks and the Joy board, which is really interesting, and a few early games. That was all Dave Morse's concept to fill the channel, to make sure the Amiga name got known, and, you know, maybe the Amiga known leaking out into the market helped the company, you know, get purchased by Commodore and survive. So anyway, that's all very. And of course, the genius thing, the real genius thing is the story that Bill Hart told about Atari having the rights to Amiga, and Dave Morse was told, just leave the check on the table and leave, and that got Amiga out of the contract with Atari and allowed the purchase to go through. So he followed his lawyer's attention, left the check on the table, left. Atari lost the rights to the Amiga, Commodore got it, and it's hard to say because I can't say good things about the management of either Atari or Commodore, but, you know, it worked out in the end.
Hey.
And it's my time. My time is.
You got one more question. Okay. Do I have one more good question? No, I get it. I'm in charge.
Do you want to ask it? Do you want to ask it, Bill?
So, I was with Dave Needle before he passed. He took out Agnes schematics, and he looked at it, and he looked at a particular spot, and it said, "This is not the copy of the schematics that we sent to Atari." Were you involved in any of that IP transfer when Atari was reviewing and like tweaking things so that if they did try to reverse engineer it wouldn't work? Did you do any of that?
I did not do any of that, but we were very careful in making sure that Atari did not get a complete copy of the crown jewels. We gave them, you know, enough to satisfy the contract, but I am very sure we were careful about our IP, which we hadn't patented at the time, so we needed to be extremely careful about what we could talk about, what we could give away before the patents were filed.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, I'd love to know what they did exactly. Like maybe we'll get that out of one of the guys. Like, what did you change in there so that if they tried to mask it out and build it, it wouldn't work, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ron.
Okay.
I appreciate it. I do have to hard stop.
Thank you for the opportunity to chat with you. Thank you.
Okay. So next up, it's going to get crazy. I am going to attempt, we've never done this before, to connect to Amiga Bill's live Twitch stream and do a tour of the show floor for Amiga Bill's audience. I'm using a piece of software that he has never seen before. So I'm hoping, hope is always what we do here, that it dials in, the audio's clean, and it works, because I don't want to screw up his show. Like, that's too important. So we're supposed to start at 11:30. I've given him the link and the password. And if it works, 3 things are going to happen. First problem is this stupid projector. But you fixed it. I don't know. I had to turn it off for Ron. I didn't want him like blinded by the light. Blinded by the light. So we should see that camera on this screen. When Amiga Bill joins, it works. It should automatically, that's a good sign, split screen. He'll be on one side, that sucker will be on another side. when he joins. Also, when he joins, if it's working, he will come through the speakers just like Stefan did from EnterLogic. It should be the exact same. Oh, yep, plugged in. Should work. If it works, I've muted that here, so it should not feedback. I will talk on this microphone so you guys can hear me. I will use my earbuds with a microphone for Amiga Bill to hear me. So I'll be dual mic'd, and I will be able to take that rig and walk around the show floor, and he will be able to hear me, and you will be able to hear me, and you will be able to hear him, and I will stream us on the AmiWest stream, and he will stream us on his Twitch stream. Easy, right? With no audio feedback and clear audio all the way through. Hey, what do you mean? What are you talking about him? I mean, come on, man. This is insane. This required so much goddamn thinking to pull off. I mean, this was fucking insane. Oops, sorry, not for kids. So we're waiting for him to pop up on the broadcast team here. If it works, this should not feedback. We should be good. Software is amazing. This stuff is, I mean, this is ridiculous. Totally free. Just completely free. It's wild. I mean, it's like CNN major broadcast studio level tool for doing remote presentations, moving people around, muting them, killing them, moving. It's wild. I don't even know. I want to know. It's all browser-based? Yeah. I want to know what Rainbow Puke Fix does. I'm not going to click it either, but I'm going to look it up at some point. Oh, let me switch my live stream so I don't have to do that later to the mobile one. Okay. So this is now, this is live. So again, if it works, Amiga Bill shows up halfway. We hear him, no problem. I go, test. I put in my earphones. He hears me 5x5, and it works. Yeah, we figured that out last night while we were drinking. Nothing could possibly go wrong with that. Except for Bill Patagoulias is the strength of like 10 men and obliterated the belt clip on this thing. Is Bill here? Bill? Nope. I want to find out if he sold all of his vampires. The $99 vampire standalone. He's not kidding. It's not a Halloween trick-or-treat prank. Ooh, I hope this works. I hope this works. He said 11:30. 11:30 now. I'm not watching his Twitch stream. I don't know if he's going to do it or not. Actually, that's a great point. Does anybody watch Amiga Bill's Twitch streams? Can you bring it up on your phone with the audio off? Okay. I'd love to, if someone had that, so that they could tell me if it's working or not on his side or where we are. You know, I know someone is watching. Let me call him. He doesn't show up here. Oh, there's any Discord stuff going on. Okay, nothing here. Hey, are you watching Amiga Bill? Okay. Well, we're gonna try to do a live broadcast from AmiWest, and I don't know when he's gonna dial in, and I don't know if it's gonna work. Do you have it? Yeah. No, we're gonna do it simultaneous, and we're gonna do it on both channels simultaneously. I'm waiting for him to magically appear. If he magically appears, it works. Oh, no. I'm broadcasting in. I'm not on his Twitch stream. So I'm just going to broadcast in. So I don't have Twitch running here, so I'm not watching it. I'm not following it. Yeah. Yeah. What's that? Okay, I gotta go. Bye. What's that?
It says webcam down.
Webcam. It's working. He needs the password. You need the password and the link. Invite a guest. That's the right one. Gave him the password. He should just show up right here. Come on, baby, work. Work. It's gonna be. Should just work. Okay, there's the link. Come on, work. Oh, that's me. I thought that was him, but it's me.
All right. Something's going on.
Oh. I was just trying to test it. Can you see me?
Hey, I see you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh my God. I just walked everyone here. Hold on. Let me get you in my ear so I can hear you better. Can you hear me? Okay.
I hear you. Yeah, good.
Awesome. Thank you so much for doing this.
My pleasure. Oh, thanks for having me, guys. Let me just, I'm just doing something on my end. I'm just going to I'm going to get rid of myself and just have it so I see you guys only. All right, cool. I'm just cropping you. We're cropping here, and we're going to crop here. Boom. We're almost here. Got it. And I'm going to make this bigger. There you go. This is there we go. All right, this looks good. I'm going to go here. Hey, it's working, Bill.
Oh my God, you have no idea, man. No idea.
Yeah,
oh my God, this is so cool. That software, Video Ninja, I mean, my God, I love it. I'm wondering if they have an Amiga background because the save icon is a little floppy. You look in the upper corner, Eric, it looks like a little floppy disk. I'm like, it may be, because this stuff is fantastic. I think it's WebRTC based. Anyway, we could geek out on that. Welcome to AmiWest, Amiga Bill.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. I've always wanted to attend AmiWest. So a lot of my viewers, I got folks from the US and a lot of folks from Europe. So for the folks who don't realize that AmiWest is like the biggest, best, and longest running Amiga show in the United States. And it is hosted by the user group in Sacramento, right?
Sacramento Amiga user group, yeah.
Awesome. Well, and why don't you introduce yourself and let the folks who are watching know who you are?
I'm having a little hard time hearing on this side, but I'll try. So if you're asking who I am, my name is Bill Borsari. I came to AmiWest in 1998, the first year. I presented the show on IRC, and I lived in the East Coast in DC. My brother lived out here. The second year, I drove out because I moved out here, arguably to be closer to AmiWest, but really, the job thing, but to be closer to AmiWest. I've not missed a show. In 2020, we did a big virtual thing because of the pandemic. There were people here in this room, social distancing, and we had a fantastic show. 27 years of coming together. I think the majority of people here are here because they love the people here. And we've been through the valley of darkness in the Amiga world where we had 8 exhibitors. I'm presenting like 6 times because no one else will do it to keep it going. And now, this year, we have 22 exhibitors on our show floor. We are absolutely bursting at the seams. We have things that I've never seen before, and I'm a hardcore Amiga geek. There's so much here. If you stop and talk to someone, you just are like, oh my God, this is amazing. So I want to take you on a tour of the show floor. To do that, I got to walk by. Can you turn that speaker off for me, Jerry? Because I got to walk by a speaker with my house mic, so I don't want it to feedback too bad. Give me a thumbs up, Jerry. Okay, so you're mobile on a tripod with my little light up here. So I'm going to walk over here. I'm going to start with the closest person to me. So this is, and let me know if you can still hear me, Bill. Thumbs up, you're great. Great. So this is Alan Crandall. I didn't bring my director thing, so I'll try to be careful. This is Alan Crandall. He is one of the original founders of the AmiWest show. He's been in and out last couple years, but he made a point to come this year. He's actually showing the Amiga kit system. AmiKit, forgive me, Jens. AmiKit system, which is absolutely freaking fantastic if you're looking for the easy button and want access to a ton of content. So he's here set up, talking to folks. We have in our raffle, which we were talking about just a few minutes ago, we have in our raffle a copy of Amiga Kit. I actually won it last year, and I'm running it on my Pi Storm. It was, I was blown away. The auto updating, all that stuff. Over here is Dave Combs. We're live on Amiga Bill's Twitch stream. David is a Sacramento Amiga Club user. He is also a 3D, not yet, a 3D fanatic, and has spent a ridiculous time putting together like every piece of Amiga 3D software, all the manuals. These are the icons that he put all the icons, box art, everything on his system. You can kind of see all those drawers, Turbo Silver, Deep Paint, obviously, Draw 4D Pro, Caligari 24, Imagine, all the versions of it, Lightwave. And he's produced a video. Let me get a little closer. I want to show, before you get here, show me the video that you did. Fire up your video. Hold on here. You got to talk into this guy.
Okay, all right. So this video, actually, I'm transferring to Amiga. It was originally done on a more advanced version of Lightwave, but it's the old Money for Nothing from Dire Straits. So this is in Lightwave, and I took another character that I had created, this robot spider, and substituted it as one of the characters in it. And so, and I took the original soundtrack and put it in the background here. So.
Very cool. Okay, now watch this.
That's awesome.
He created a robot spider character. Now you can pick it up. Bring it into the camera, my friend. He created a character in Lightwave. That is not a little higher. That is not a Lightwave rendering. I don't know why you're building a murder bot, but that's great. I love AmiWest. Okay, we're moving on. I gotta go. Oh yeah. Oh, he's got it animated in Lightwave. Hold on.
You haven't gotten a chance to see this guy perform
Yeah.
yet.
Okay, he's gonna perform it. Oh.
I have to run.
Oh wait, is it real time, back and forth?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
The connection is not there.
Hold on. So what he's done somehow, I haven't had a chance to talk to him other than ambush him, is it's real time connected into Lightwave. So as it walks around, the model walks around. It's
No way. No way. That's amazing.
Oh, you model the movement in Lightwave and transfer it. Okay. He could real time with Blender. Okay, yeah. Weak. Oh my God, it's moving. It's coming for me. Oh my God.
That is so cool. That's some Ghost in the Shell happening right there. I love it.
Oh boy. So you modeled its behavior in Lightwave, exported it into the software, and it's doing its thing. So show me in the Lightwave screen, and then I got to move on. I don't want to step on this. I don't want it to hurt me. Okay, so he models it in Lightwave.
Let me pull up this thing where he's doing the same. So now he's doing the same little talking motion.
Yeah.
That he does.
Are you retired?
Not anymore.
Okay, not anymore, apparently.
It was great. I took these to Robo Games in April.
Yeah,
Had a
Robo Games.
kiddie pool with carpeting, and they're running around the.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. I got to take my kid. Okay, we got to move on, David. That's so
awesome.
Yeah, it's
Awesome.
my God.
That's so cool. That's a very. I love it when people have like something really unique that no one's ever done before, and that's certainly the case there. That's awesome.
Yep, absolutely phenomenal. That's AmiWest. We have that. We have a A1222. This is Robert Bernardo's station. He does a lot of our videos. He brought his A1222 for display. Duncan from Togos, which is a San Jose user group, brought some stuff. What's his name? Barry, is Barry around? Okay, I don't have Barry. Let me close this. Sorry, I'm mucking around here. I can't explain what this is. I was hoping Barry was going to be here. I'll let you look at that for a minute. I don't know what's going on here. It appears to be a lot, but that's a Commodore 64. I don't care about those, so I didn't pay much attention to it.
64 suitcase. That's
Let me. I should have gone handheld. Okay.
Crazy
So here I've got Stephen Sully and Paul Sadlick looking for. Here's Roger Berry. He's a longtime user group member. He's got his Amiga X5000. We're entering into the Aeon zone. And over here we have Amiga Kit, all the way from the UK. Brings things for us to purchase, which is fantastic. New bottom plates. I mean, obviously he's got to travel, so it needs to fit inside his luggage. We have a X5000. We have an A1222 and a Checkmate case here. I did all this work. USB 2.0 port expander, slot DVD, RX 580 card. Right now it's running the Viva Amiga video on a touchscreen. We have a A600 GS on display. Matthew is plugged in. Stand next to it, buddy. Plugged it into his big giant screen. I think you have one of these, right, Amiga Bill?
Oh, look at that. I got mine right here.
Awesome.
What's up, Matthew? Yeah, I love my... we're going to use it later on the stream. I love the A600 GS.
I can't hear him, though.
We're going to use it to play Dungeonette. I love it.
Yeah, the 600 GS. So we have it live.
Hey,
there was a stack of boxes. There was a stack of boxes earlier, all sold. We had a couple A1222s for sale, all sold. Is Doug around? Oh, Alex.
Trevor, my man. I love Trevor.
You're live on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously with Amiga Bill. This is Alex Perez. He's Rabbit Hole Computing. He does the SCSI to SD cards. So I don't know if you've got any of those. Sorry, the Zulu SCSI more recently. So he's here at the show with his wares. Anything you want to flash up real quick? Show off?
We've got the brand new.
Brand new.
Where is it?
Looking for it on his table full of stuff. Oh, that's small.
This is a DB25 Zulu SCSI Pico Slim.
That's a Pico Slim Zulu SCSI DB25.
Use this with your Amiga 3000 or
right in the back. A Macintosh, anything that's got DB25 out the back.
And if you're on an Amiga or a Mac, you can also use Wi-Fi over SCSI.
And you can use the Macintosh SCSI Wi-Fi drivers, and he also has it in a case. So if you have an old Mac, there was software to use Wi-Fi over Ethernet over SCSI, so it emulates Ethernet over SCSI and gives you a Wi-Fi interface. That's Alex. This is Doug Compton's station. Doug of Tenmark. I'm sure you know Doug. He is not here. I don't know why. So I can't talk about his station too much, other than I can say he's got the baby zone. So he's got the small 500 here. He's got the small A400 and the small Commodore 64, all running on his table, showing off. He did downsize. Last year he had 4 tables. He kind of backed it off a little bit because, you know, everyone's coming here, volunteer, bringing their stuff. Paul Vendez is raffling off a MorphOS box. I'm going to now jump over to... I'm going to stop by Lou's table real quick. Lou is also a longtime member. He got busy with that pesky thing called work. It's over now. And now he's back into where he belongs on the Amiga side. This is Amiga Bill. This is Lou Deturi. So Lou's got a ton of keyboard, Cherry ML, Cherry MX keyboards. He's got full keycaps for sale for systems with the Commodore Gray. Appreciate everything he's doing. He's got a mini MIG. For those who watched Trevor's presentation last night, we have a mini MIG here. We have almost everything Trevor showed, but you got to look carefully and say, what is that thing? I don't know what it is. Okay, we're gonna wrap here in just a minute, Bill, if that's cool. I'm gonna show you. So we have Dan Salvato. You're gonna say hi to Amiga Bill with his new game under development. Oh, there you are. I just did your table.
Who's that Bill guy? I've never seen him before. Hey, buddy.
Does this pick up the CRT?
Yeah.
You want to check out the game?
It's got a little line in it. Hold on, I got to turn around. It's got a scan line coming through, but it's pretty clean.
Okay, let me get to the boss. I want to show you what this game's all
Go
about.
for it. Actually, hold on one second. This is too cool. I'm gonna do a little audible here if you'll give me a second. If you want to see what the Amiga could have been, we're going to talk about that. Oh, I almost reloaded the site. That's horrible. So, do you know Dan Salvato, Amiga Bill? Do you know who he is?
Not personally. I know I've heard of his work from the game, but I don't know. But I would love to. If you want to give him a little introduction, that'd be great.
Okay, so I'm not going to tell you who he is. People know. If you know, you know. I've got to. Hopefully, there's no glare here. Oh, where's my camera? Sorry, guys. Okay, go for it. Let me kill this.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, I have a light.
All right. I just got to get through some of the text.
Okay, so
the entire premise of this game was inspired by Amiga.
oh, hold on. Why don't you put these on, if you don't mind a little bit of germs?
Oh, sure.
You just wash your ears later with soap.
Okay.
Just earbuds.
All right.
So you should be able to hear Dan, right?
Yep. Good.
Yep. Perfect.
Yeah, 1 sec. All right. Am I coming through?
Good. Dan. Yep.
All right. I don't think I can hear you too well.
Yeah. Hold on, Jerry. Turn that speaker back on, please. I meant it to be on and off as I walk by, but we're clear here. You'll get him in a second.
Yeah, I hear you good, Dan. I hear you real well.
All right. Can I turn the volume up on here?
You can turn it here. No, it's not. The volume is crap. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But you can hear him when Jerry turns that speaker on.
That's fine. All right. Yeah. So I'll just talk. The entire premise of this game was inspired by Amiga. This is running on a stock 500 with the trapdoor expansion. That's it. I have always wanted to make a game for Amiga. It's been a lifelong dream. And I was thinking about the blitter and the bitplane system and a unique concept that utilizes them in an inspiring way. You know, something that you're not really going to find with chunky graphics, especially on systems of the time. And so I came up with this concept of a bullet hell, where I'm taking advantage of the blitter in a single bit plane to have this layer of bullets. And what I can do is I can draw up to 200 bullets on the screen and retain a full 60 frames per second on a stock Amiga 500. So we're almost getting into demo scene territory, but this is a playable game. It's a full bullet hell. This is going to be a complete adventure game with a number of chapters and a story that unfolds and lovable characters. So I'm going all the way, and I'm trying to make this look, feel, and play like a modern indie game, and it's going to be released on Steam as well as for classic Amigas. The whole thing is done in straight 68K assembly language in order to maximize the performance. I've been working on it for over 2 years now. It's been a total labor of love, and this is my first actual playable demo. So I'm not decided on it yet, but Bill, I might be down to send you this way if you wanted to give it a shot.
Oh, Dan, I would love it. I would be honored to give it a shot. And if you ever want to come on my stream as a guest and and do a proper presentation of it, I would love that. The game looks phenomenal.
Looks phenomenal.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So
Yeah.
if you ever want, need just a few more attacks here.
Oh yeah, we're waiting.
Okay.
We're waiting. I know where we're going with this. We're waiting. More volume, Jerry. A little bit more. More volume. A little more. Okay, is it now? It's now.
Not yet. There's one more.
One more, okay.
After this. This one's pretty tough, though. This is one of my favorites. It's a beautiful pattern.
Wow.
All right.
The bullet hell reminds me a little bit of the game Fury.
I got to focus for this one. There we go.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Last attack. You ready?
The payoff.
That's awesome. No way. No way.
Okay,
All right.
Are you rendering the boing ball the same way it was rendered in the demo, or are you actually doing that? You don't know how that was done, do you?
I do know how it was done.
Okay, with the multiple planes and the Kyle cycling?
Yeah. So I'm not doing it for this because the attacks layer is just one bit plane. And so I rendered out each individual frame as its own image, and I'm just animating through them.
Okay, so you're brute forcing it compared to how it was originally done.
Yeah, but I do know how it was originally done.
Yeah, but you could redo the demo brute force now with your with your code and your optimizations.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could.
That's true.
Okay, give me the headphones back.
Sure.
Thank you, Dan. That was awesome.
Thank you, Bill, and everyone for your
Yeah.
interest.
Okay, now I'm going to show what I think is the best part of the whole show. So, a couple years ago, I'm reattaching my light because I'm going to need it. A couple years ago, Jerry Gray, who's over here, who is the president of the Sacramento Club, said, let's do a game competition, right? And our theme this year is gaming, but we've been doing this for a number of years. So this year we actually have 2 games. We've got Donkey Kong 500, on the show floor. And then we have Bunny's Revenge. This is why I didn't test it with you earlier, because I was playing this. Oh my God, you have a lot of bunnies. Now, the cool part is if you win the AmiWest game competition on Donkey Kong, you get that. And this was made by Josh, Jerry's son, and your other son too, right? Both of them? Yeah. James and Josh. Gray. They paint it themselves. There's like blood spatter. It's phenomenal. Now the other one, because we have two games, is the Bunny Revenge. And this is mind-blowing. I got the Terminator from, what, 2 years ago? I love it. But this thing is next level. There's an LED in the floor. There's an LED in the ceiling. You can't see the cave effects because I got my light blowing it out here. A bunny swarm. If you play D&D, I want to get the stat block. The character and this tiny little bunny just chilling in the corner. They 3D print this. They hand paint them. And this is the prize you get for winning the AmiWest Games competition. You must be present to win. We have a great raffle this year. Fantastic show. We got Dave Haney. Mike over here was one of the original Amiga 1000 developers. Stephen Sully made it in. So much energy. Ron Nicholson back there, who did the basically designed the blitter. It's been an incredible show. Oh, and I got to show Stefan's work, the 4091 SCSI card. So if you want hardcore hardware, Stefan basically has been working on this and has produced these amazing boards. His next product is going to be a mini version. If I can do this without it falling over. It's a mini version. So it's the same thing as he had before, except for it's designed to work if you have a PCI bus and you need the space. It's just amazing stuff. He did this all himself. There's presentations we've done in the past. You can see them online, but that's AmiWest for you. Thank you so much for hosting us.
Oh, thank you, Bill, for having me. Thank you for the tour. I know all my viewers loved it. I love seeing it. There's some super exciting stuff. I can tell it's got a really positive vibe there. Amiga community is the absolute best, and thank you guys for putting on the show. It's literally the biggest and best Amiga show in the USA, and that's it's super awesome. So I appreciate you guys very, very, very much, and I appreciate this tour. Thank you. Keep up the great work. All right, have a great show, guys. Bye-bye. All right, AmiWest, there you have it. That was cool, right? Oh man, let's put the tunes back.
Okay, AmiWest 2024. There are Togo sandwiches. Stephen Sully, you have won a Okay, Steve is like, where'd you get those sandwiches? Those are the best He's from Canada. They don't really have like the same kind of food. They have to cook their meat all the way through. It's horrible. So he's super excited to have the sandwiches. We have the raffle is still open. The games competition is still going. The high scores that are posted are really tough to beat. But if you sit on it at the end and take up all the time, you can run down the clock and take it home a trophy. Otherwise, it's going to be Dan and Jesse, I think. I said we have our raffles going. The next kind of 2-3 hours of presentations, a little more freeform, less structured. Enjoy the show. Oh, Alan, you had someone. Who are you looking for?
Todd Gustafsson.
Todd Gustafsson. Are you looking for a contact? Okay. And he's selling a USB floppy drive. Okay, sounds good. Alan's selling USB floppy. He's looking for Todd Gustafsson. Sometime after everyone's mostly done eating, or maybe during lunch after I eat, we'll fire up the OS4 games, and we can run through that presentation. Anyway, carry on. Not to mention that if you're getting a sandwich, donations are welcome. So don't forget to throw a couple bucks into the kitty jar. Togo's is great, but it is not cheap. Thank you.
While driving down a late night road, I felt a crash, something explode. By its light before me loomed the undead rising from their tombs. In panic, man, I hit the floor. That's when I saw the meteor. And up ahead, the strangest sound, as dinosaurs transgress the ground. Zombies roam the countryside. Raptors cloned, ripped, tear inside. Volcanoes blown and worlds collide. Chromosomes mutate and thrive. Fleeing home, can we survive? Mankind dethroned, alone, denied. Look out! They're coming soon. Better run. Fires boarding I feel the end is nigh. Can't Goldblum give it one more try? Will they bust through and eat our brains while twisters rage across the plains? Can Earth withstand tectonic stress to win this cosmic game of chess? Will my heart take another thrill? And why does popcorn cost 10 bills? Zombies roam the countryside, raptors clone, rip, tear inside, volcanoes
Okay, I eat too fast anyway. I'll slow down. Okay, so it's become a little bit of a tradition. Where's Robert? If you want to film it, you don't really have to. It started off because we had so few speakers that we needed to fill content. And I enjoy it. And so I've kept doing it. And since I make the schedule, so the presentation that I'll do is my OS4 gaming. Hey, George, can you turn the volume down on that a little bit? Okay. So what I do during the year is like every 45 minutes, I check OS4 Depot for updates because I have work otherwise. And when things pop in, I will download them and try to get them working. A lot of our games are ports, older ports that require game files. And then I use the eGame software from Chris Handley, and then I can tag it. The red means it's not where it was. I could restore it. But these are all the games that I had in 2014. Some similar ones. Actually, let me. These are all the games from 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. So I have kind of a log of what I've done in the past. And you can see it gets kind of thin in a couple of these days of these shows. So 2024, we've had a good year for games on OS4. Not as, I will say it's not as spectacular as what's happening on the classic side. I'll give another plug for itch.io, even though they never responded to my email. It's a great venue for Amiga developers, game developers. They put the game up. They say, give me $3 or download it. So it's they can hardcore like you have to pay, but a lot of them just put it out there. Single person games. They usually aren't Dan and spending like 3 years building a game engine and write the game. But there's some awesome content. The Donkey Kong 500, Hop to the Top, Bunny's Revenge, those are all on itch.io. Simon Baklava, I guess his name is, he's got a bunch of stuff up there as well. Great site. This came from OS4 Depot, and I apologize to the authors. I don't have them all memorized. I didn't get a chance to write my notes this year, so I'm just going to go OS4 Depot real time. This was updated or uploaded by Domenico Latazani. Sorry if I got your name wrong. Basically, it is a chess engine, and it supports the fish thing. What is it? Chess engine console, receiving string commands to produce the output stockfish. So it's uses a stockfish engine, so you can actually bring in different engines to play. I haven't done that. I'm not a chess person. But it seems kind of cool because you can go in and download different engines, which the standard format is produced, and then you can run them on your OS4 system. Basic, there's some skinning you can do. So basic skinning. It obviously is going to enforce the rules when you're moving stuff around. I just want to give a quick shout out to that. I think this next one is George. Let me look it up real quick. It's literally been a while. That was released, the latest version of AmiFish was released on October 10th. So right during the AmiWest time. Where is Astro Menace? Where did he put that? Sorry for being a little less organized here. Did you see Amiga Build? That was pretty cool. So this is another port of Astro Menace. I spelled it wrong. This was done by Basili from B-World, submitted by Sinan. There's two versions. There's an ES and a GL version. I'll start with the GL version. I was testing this last night. There you go, Hano. And it looks better, but it's slower. So it's basically a forward-scrolling shoot-'em-up game. The graphics are spectacular. It is a bit of a performance hog, but I'll go ahead and just hit start game here. Looks good, right? We'll click the first mission. There's a little music in the background. You can choose your weapons, you can earn credits, you can sell credits. This is available on like every platform now. There's lots of ports for it. So I'm flying the ship in the middle here. And then the bad guys are coming, and I got my wingmen, which you can upgrade. We're doing about 17 frames a second in window mode. A little laggy. Then you can blow the guys up. You can shoot the rock, I suppose, or something. Yeah, shoot the rock. Oh, that's gonna blow me up. Pretty cool game, pretty playable. The ES version of this, put out. The ES version of this doesn't look quite as polished as the mini GL, but it is faster. So I'll just fire that up real quick. Now, I have to say, from a casual gamer perspective, this is to the developer community. Having a GL4ES version and a mini GL version is tougher for casual people to understand, like, which one of these do I do, and throwing it over the fence and saying go figure it out is not always the best user experience. So I don't know how we fix that in the Amiga community. You can see the rendering on the ships is not quite as clean, but we're double the frame rate. So it's much more playable if you use the GLES. I'm sure this is tunable to maybe clean it up with the different options. It is pretty, and it's got some good gameplay in it. So it's an older game ported, but you can see that there. Okay, we'll move on from that one. Nice, fast 3D game. Astro Menace. Next, this one is a little tough to play. I think I was experimenting with this last night. I think it works. This is another port. This game was 1995. Bermuda. So the last one was November 1st, 2023, last year. So this is another port. You need to obtain the Bermuda Syndrome. You need to obtain the game files. So you download the engine, and then you bring the game files from somewhere else that you've always legally purchased. Always. This was posted in April of 2024. Gregory Montanor is the author. Raziel is the uploader into OS4 Depot. See if I can get it going. Okay. So this again is it's a game from '95. I haven't spent a lot of time in it. I was playing a little bit last night to get to a couple of pages. It reminds me a lot of Altered Destiny. Is that the right one? Did I kick the thing underneath? No? Hold on. You know, it could have hung up. It didn't hang up yesterday. But I've got a black screen here too. Yeah, the machine hung, sorry. Oh, there it is. It's back. MIDI. I thought I chose the OpenGL version. Oh, there's a slight problem with it. You know, it works every other time I try it. Yeah, I'll just reboot. Is it running? Oh, there it is. It's process 2. No, it's hung. Let's see the AmigaOS 4 boot screen. Hopefully it'll give us a full boot. So what's interesting about this, it gets from 95, someone ported the engine, and it becomes playable, and it's much like, I can't believe I'm blanking on it. Flashback was the second one, Altered World, or whatever it is. Is that Altered World? Where you got like the car in the beginning, and he like does the laser scan. It's got like the best intro in the era. It's that style game where it's more advanced. You get items you pick up along the way, and you select the items, but you're moving in that kind of, you know, Trevor was talking about Dragon's Lair yesterday, where you have to like precisely press the buttons. It's not that unforgiving, but you select your items and then you move through it. I've only gotten to the giant dinosaur and I got eaten by a tree. So it'd be a little smoother if I didn't have to reboot here. 1 second. Sorry about that. We're gonna have to reboot again here. I'll show like 3 or 4 more of these guys, and we'll move on. Bermuda, Fun Orb. I'm gonna try the GL. Bermuda software. That looks good on the stream. Okay, so we have our animal, let it play, puts out a cigarette. There we go. So the character will stop and smoke if you don't use him. It probably took me 10 minutes last night to figure out how to get out of the tree. The magic is the tab key, so you can get to your items. You can talk. Not sure what that means yet. I haven't gotten that far. And then you got your knife, and then if you press enter, you'll cut yourself down. And then you get into combat with this guy, and I'm just pushing the arrow key, so it's kind of like guided. It's not super hard. And then, oh no, did it hang up again? Oh, why? It's another networking problem. This happened last Sunday as well. A couple years ago, it was hanging up because the networking software was like jacking the time. It's doing the exact same thing. It worked totally fine yesterday. Damn it. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, I saved it. Okay. I pressed the button too yesterday. They made it fast. So you come up to the lady, and of course you can press the knife button, and then she runs away. You can run with the shift key. So apparently you were in an airplane, it crashed, you jumped out, and you landed in front of her. Because, you know, that's normal. Having something pop up in the back. And then you can walk up and talk to the young lady. Oh, that's knifing. Oh, no, here we go, talk.
Please,
there we go.
Do not touch me.
Please don't touch me, yada, yada, yada.
Lady in a cop.
You apparently crash onto a dinosaur.
Seems to me.
You have ruined my life.
Ruined my life.
Ruined your.
You do not understand.
This is a typical conversation for me when I was dating at a bar.
Social anthropologist.
Oh yeah.
Because you were wielding a knife.
Okay, so there's a chest. So we can attack the chest with our hand. And then we get a shotgun. Yay! I don't know how to use that.
Much less threatening than your.
But that looks cool, right? It's got dinosaurs. Right? So you're like, oh, let's go look at the dinosaur. Uh-oh, I got eaten by a tree. So I'm not going to go too much further, but the graphics a little pixelated, 95, but it does look like it's got a pretty interesting story, so we'll leave it there. Okay, leave Bermuda, yes. Thank you for porting and uploading it. I love it. Definitely appreciated. Let me kill Mr. Wolf. Port. No, it's port. You got to go dig out the. I run so much stuff on this. Like this. I push this machine hard. I really do. This will crash when I exit, so I'm gonna hold off a little bit there. Somebody ported Degeneration, which is a Sega emulator. It's loading. I don't know why it usually doesn't take that long. It does have a lot of ROMs. So again, always own a copy of every game you're playing. But basically, it's a pretty extensive emulator for the Sega system. Very well done. Is that one of ours? Maybe. Battletoads was one of ours. It lets you choose whether you want to use STL1, STL2. STL2 is getting a lot of development, which is great. Let's see if this works or not. I got to go in and turn off a bunch of stuff that worked yesterday and is not working today. Oh my God, unbelievable. Yeah. Hold on. I run a lot of stuff. Hold on, let me kill all this. The hard part's going to be remembering the things that I need to turn back on. Nothing in here that's super special and secret. Okay. Okay. Unbelievable. Do I have an IP? I don't have an IP. I've got link light, but no IP. Very strange. Oh, I bet it got unplugged on that side. That's what's going on. Again, network failure. It's funny because it was the exact same problem last time. Lincoln. Okay. Who knows Hano PPC? The developer Hano PPC? He writes a bunch of AmigaOS 4 games. He emailed me before this, and he said it looked really. He's French. He's like, it looked really shitty not shitty, but it looked really bad last year. Don't have those same problems. I'm like, I got it. I tested everything. It's fine. Oh my God, it's so painful. Okay. One more time into the breach. dgen GUI. Now something else isn't going to run. Okay, let's get to good stuff. What was that? Oh, about. Okay, so if I click a game. Not showing that. So lots of games, lots of features. I'm going to move on from this because we've already looked at this one. So this is one that's freaking amazing. This is called Open Fodder. So if you remember Cannon Fodder, this is Open Fodder. And the way this works is you can download the code and take your legal copy of Cannon Fodder and copy it over. DOS versions, Amiga versions, the CD32 version, the demo discs, the alien levels. This thing plays anything those guys release that you can get your hands on. This will let you play it on a modern system. So I think I've got the data files for that one. I think I took a CD32 version and copied it over. My son loves this game. He's like, what is this? Walk, 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 walk. Sorry, guys. I'm going to play this for just 2 seconds, then we'll move on. Go, 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 go. Okay. Parallax scrolling. Everybody loves that. Kill all enemies. Gotcha. So if you haven't seen Cannon Fodder before, this is a classic. You can wound the bad guys. So if you just clip them, they like start screaming and bleed everywhere. You can obliterate them. So it's Cannon Fodder all the way through, whatever version you want. Fantastic. Very, very, very well done. See if I can get out of this. Exit. Bodies floating in the water. It's great. Okay, now we're going to get into something a little bit more juicy. Heretic 2, older game, 90s, done by Ravensoft. Right? Okay, Activision, I get you. I think it's Raven. Ravensoft. Dungeon Master. Who knows Dungeon Master? Who knows Black Crypt? Ravensoft. They did Black Crypt, then they did this. They didn't do it for the Amiga. They did it for the PC. They moved on. There was a port of this game done by Hyperion in like 05, 06 by Stefan Hauser. Did I get that right, Steve? He has come back. He got a permission from his day job to build an alternate, like to work on this legit, and it's now for sale. And he has updated everything. The intro video does not belay the actual like gameplay. I haven't run it here. Hopefully it works. Really good code. So this is fairly low resolution for it. The performance is really good. You basically have this like demon guy. He's got magic. He can do attacks. I'm in the tutorial mode, so I can't just do stuff all the time, but it's a very immersive dungeon master, dungeon crawl game, but done in 3D graphics. It actually looks a lot better. I have the video settings aren't the best here. Oh, that's why the screen size is garbage. George Walkero did a whole stream, played the entire game through. That looks better. Survey says, yes, much better. Much, much better. Completely remastered, redone. Excellent, excellent game. This isn't the point is to run the game, it's to show you can play the game. He also did Quake 2. So he's released this for classic systems, high performance classics. He's also released Quake 2, which is on special right now, today. You can go to Linea, you can buy it for $11.99. It's the engine, you still need to bring data files, legal data files. But he's updated, out of res, hold on. Yep, too high. That shows too low. Let's see if the projector gets it. Survey says no. I'm using the mini GL version. It might not support this high. Don't want to try that. Let me try something more standard. You can go buy the game. It's going to run everything you got. Is it working or not? Oh, man. So having some video problems with the projector, unfortunately. I can try the GLES version. Think this might work? Okay, launch the intro video again. Loading. Oh, that's dark. It looks better on my screen. It just crashed. This is the GLES version. That's on me. That's not on the game. Anyway, what he's done is he's gone through and he's reported it for classics, for vampires, Pi Storms, 68080s, Amiga PowerPC. $11.99 is the purchase price. It's a couple bucks off for the AmiWest weekend, which we really appreciate. So thank you for doing that. And it's for sale now. It's great that he's come back and he's refreshed these ports. He said publicly that he's working on other games, new stuff, things that had not been ported in the past. We're not looking at Doki Literature Club, or however you say it, or not that one, but things from like the late 90s, early 2000s that we expect to get on the platform here. We love new content as well, but it's hard. It's hard to write something for 3D graphics card for a very small market. But it is very nice and very playable. I run my workbench at home at, what is it, 2550 by 14, whatever. There's a little translation issues coming here. There's a new version of the NES emulator that also looks really, really, really nice. Lots of options. By Hano as well. He's fantastic. I haven't spent a lot of time on the NES. Too much other stuff doing. Apparently it's Super Nintendo CD and Famicom CD as well. There's a Game Boy Advance. And then this is kind of the crown jewels for the show. Let me get the special code. So this is released today, or the 27th. What's today? 27th. This is released today, just now. I'm gonna shout out in part because of AmiWest. This is an update to Wipeout, which was a game originally created by Psygnosis. What's special about this is we had a port. So somebody ported, if I get this right, you have Wipeout from Psygnosis. It runs under the Amiga 3D family. They ported a couple other platforms. Somebody took one of those and made a generic modern port that someone then ported back to the Amiga, kind of like an opening source thing. And what he has done, what Hano PPC has done, is to take that and to not just port it, but to aggressively clean it up. And that's the interesting part here, is he's spent, let me read it on from the email. This is the enhanced Phantom Edition. Trying to find where he has, maybe it was in the README file for the sucker, where he lists out the hundreds of hours that he actually spent to build this port. It's still getting a couple bug fixes. I don't have the absolute latest version because I've been here. He has an SPE version for folks with the Amiga 1222. He's moving away from the send money monthly, and he's moving more to a, if you want the enhanced features, send him a few dollars and he'll send a license key, which is what he gave me for the show. It's got cockpit mode. I have not tried that. This is using the this is the mini GL version, again, the different 3D library versions, full screen, enhanced core for audio, and we'll do the HD remastered intro. Well, let's do the one I tried, and then we'll play the game. So this is Wipeout. It's a racing game, but it's spaceships. What do we got? 39. We'll wrap this up soon. So I'm gonna get past our intro here. He's taken that Phantom Edition, all the new maps, all the custom music, made it run flawlessly on AmigaOS 4 systems. It's you'll see it's very nice. There's some rendering errors on some of the levels, but it's really, really, really nice. So I'm just gonna jump into the game real quick. I don't know, just take all the base options. The trick to this is the C and the V key, as I recall. Oh, and remembering how to go forward. Oh gosh, where's that button? Oh no. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. How did I change the screen? Ah. So there's you can slide basically, like drift. And if you want to take the corners better, you got to do the drifting key. See how the back end is kind of throwing out there? I crashed. It's a little unforgiving. But I mean, it's what, 60 frames a second. It's looking fantastic. He redid the distance rendering as well. I haven't played it long enough to understand the icons, but I'm definitely going to be playing this one a bit more. I mean, it's just wicked fast. And then the music, we can't hear the music very well, but all the music's been remastered. Uh-oh, I crashed. Whoops, that was bad. There it is. There's the outside. Okay, I like the outside view a little better. Oh, I fired a missile. Okay. You can also play it with, I think, analog joysticks, I think he said. So you see, oh, I can shoot a missile. Yeah, get him, get him, get him. I believe there's multiplayer. I got to double check that. If that's enabled, might not be. Got to double check. So fantastic game, looks absolutely gorgeous. The music is fantastic. Tons of music in here. Chemical Beats. I think Chemical Brothers did some music for this. That's right. So if anybody wants to come up and give it a try after the presentation, I'll leave it running for a while. There is an SPE version. I didn't have time to load it on the 1222. But if you have A1200s, then you'll get this same performance on the 1222 machine. So definitely one to pick up. Okay, so that ends the demo. Thanks to everyone in the Amiga community who's porting games, writing games, and oh boy, I got blown up. Supporting the OS4 effort. I appreciate it. Oh, and I don't know is that a Peugeot? On the little white thing on the bottom, like, I suspect he added that. Renault. Thank you. That's the Renault. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. Sorry, it's a little rough. Okay, time check. 12:42. people on my stream. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. It's so funny. Hano PPC is like, it was terrible when you had to reboot because of all the network problems, and here I have network problems again in the morning. But I did the Twitch stream with Amiga Bill, so hopefully that is a redeeming feature. And I showed off his super cool game. Broadcast booth, fade over. Oh, that's black. Here we go. I have to finish my sandwich. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Last call for Paul's raffle. $5 a ticket. You can leave with a PowerPC Mac G5 with a full MorphOS license valued at $100. Get a great opportunity to run the top-end MorphOS box. See Paul in the back corner. It's a $5 entry fee. What's that? We have dollies to get it to the car. I don't recommend checking it. You could try carrying it on only if you can prove you can lift it over your head. But it's a fantastic, nice thing for him to do, to bring his system. Half the proceeds go to the club. So go see Paul in the back to get your $5 raffle ticket. We will be drawing at 1 o'clock. So we'll be drawing in about 15 minutes for that raffle. The AmiWest raffle, we're going to draw after game comp or before? Before the game competition prize award for the people who gets the bunny swarm, and the decapitated monkey head. It's true. We'll also be at 2 o'clock. So must be present to win. We'll do the raffle. Jerry, we'll just come up here. You'll do the items. We'll pull the stuff, or you want to do it from your table? Okay, we'll do it from your table at 2 o'clock. And then the games competition, do you want to do it from there as well? Yeah, we'll do it there. Okay. Robert can just move his camera. Okay. So that's at 2. Yeah. So it's basically 1 o'clock now. I guess you guys can hear the music from the game better than we can. Yeah, that was not coming through on the show floor. That's the music to the game. One day I'm going to hire a professional board operator for myself here. I'm going to, like I said, eat my food, and then I'm going to go find someone to interview at 1 o'clock. Ron is leaving. I think we're going to do... I'll go find someone at 1. So we'll do an interview at 1 o'clock. I'm going to cut back to the show floor cam. Sony cam.
12 kids, 5 and 10. I got so much shit on you guys. So, Jerry does a good job. He tries to set up a remote link if you have time. It's like once a month, I think. There's usually 10, about 10 people at show. But like I said, I don't have a time to invest in that part of it. Like this is all my energy. So Mike, you head out? Well, thank you for coming, sir.
Okay, AmiWest, we're gonna draw. Who's drawing here? Dave Haney, come on. Take it to Haney. He can't get up anymore. Yeah, let's have Dave Haney. The winning raffle ticket will have been touched by Dave Haney. Okay, he's looking for his own. He's trying to find his own. Okay, give it to Paul. Okay.
The last three numbers of the ticket is 036.
036 for the Morph OS. Woo! Got a winner. Congratulations, sir. Awesome. Appreciate the support. There you go. Oh, wait. One of those was touched by Dave Haney. You might want to put that in a shrine. As he's wandering around with his case of beer.
That did donate into this and try to win, I want to say thanks. 50% of what we got in here, so $150 is going back to the club now for all of you guys that did pay for that. So thanks for putting that in. So Brian's going to get $150 towards everything that was donated on this, and the machine is going to go with him. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. All the donations help. This is a 100% volunteer run. It's all sweat equity to make this happen. We don't charge a cover because of our sponsors, but it's still, we got to put in deposits with the banquet. We front all of that kind of stuff. So definitely appreciate the donations. Thank you, Paul. Okay, folks, I'm just taking advantage of being at the show now and kind of walking around doing my own thing. Sorry about that. It's hard to keep the stream going. I see a lot of people have jumped off. All good, all good. Matt Skateman asked if it's, can you boot from NVMe? You cannot. That was discussed at last year's AmiWest. If you did not watch the DevCon, where, I'm not going to try, Greenham, that's the way I call him. I don't even have that part right. Terrible with names. Walked us through the technical part of it. It's amazing what he's done on that driver. I understand there's some challenges around IP and availability and that stuff, so I don't know if it's currently available. Hopefully he does decide to bring it back and gift his amazingly hard work to the Amiga community. So I haven't found someone to interview. I haven't pulled anyone out yet. I'm actually going to grab Trevor for a conversation here that's not going to happen on the show floor. Give me like 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to grab Trevor, and we'll go from there. Okay. I stole me a Trevor, and we're just going to have a conversation here, just briefly. How many people? We have 14 people listening to Shadow of the Beast, which is nice. Thank you for hanging out. Let me zoom in a little bit. And sit next to him. Okay. Let's scoot over one. Okay. So I told people I'd grab folks off the show floor to do interviews. So this is we've done a couple of these so far. I did Stefan yesterday. I'll do you today. Welcome back to AmiWest.
Thank you, Bill.
I turned off the heat, so it's not. It's going to us. It's going to the stream. It's not going out. This is our output.
1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Thank you for doing the banquet and stepping up. I enjoyed it a lot. You mentioned during your presentation that you were going through all of this material that you had written down in your books and were overwhelmed. And it was an overwhelming amount of material.
It really was. I mean, I took a subset of the material, really. And so there's a lot more than that, obviously, and a lot more detail, a lot more technical detail.
And they're all in the book. You should buy a copy.
They're all in the book, and you should buy a copy. Thanks, Bill.
You're welcome.
Buy 3 copies. I thought 3 books. But when you asked me could I step in and do the banquet speech, I thought, okay, that will probably take about. Let me see. And I started going through what I needed to include, and what I didn't have space to. And I thought, it's going to be at least. Actually, I thought it'd be at least an hour and a half. That's far too long for a talk, especially when someone's eaten. Then they want to just socialize afterwards.
AAA fun.
AAA fun. So I thought, okay, I'll cut it down to about 25, 30 minutes. I think it ran about that sort of time, didn't it? Maybe a little longer.
I wasn't timing. I don't know.
No,
we can go back and look at the tape, though.
But it was interesting that I was looking around as I was doing the presentation, and people seemed actually genuinely interested. And I was really keen to get the message across. So we have a number of people here that worked with Amigas years ago, were the original developers, and they've no idea what they spawned, right?
Yes.
They've no idea. And everyone thinks it's dead, and it's all about court cases and legal thing. It's not. It's about the community and what they're working on. And walking around the show the last couple of days, there is room for another book. I'm not writing one, right?
You've said that many, many, many times.
There's so much.
Right now, happening now.
Yeah, now, new. It's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. After your presentation, I started walking around the show floor that night. And I'm like, oh, that's what that little box is. Because it would be looking smaller, and it's harder to know as they kind of merge with a similar hardware platform. So it's right here, so people can bring these things and you can see them, and they're not perfect. There's a huge variation in terms of the experience. And that's part of the marketplace. I want something that's absolutely the same but modern. Now you're talking re-Amigas. You're talking about the work that Stefan Nordlander and Mr. A are doing, right? I want something that's pushing the edge. It's going to catch on fire. Now you're getting into the ARM boards and the FPGA. So it is a fascinating time. You've been coming for a while now, 12 years, I think, more.
Since 2010 was the first.
14 years. And you missed a couple.
I missed because of COVID. I came on the stream.
On the stream, yes. And it was when I recall when you first came in 2010, we were in pretty good shape. And then it kind of like nosedived in terms of exhibitors and interest and everything. And it's just picked back up.
Well, I think was the spark for that.
What's that?
2015. Things like the Computer History Museum, the Amiga 30 show, the one in Amsterdam, the one in Germany, the one in the UK. Suddenly there was a sort of a spark and revival. And I think it's continued from there.
And I mean, people being locked in their homes helped too, because they dusted off their Amigas, they started doing stuff. But yes, I agree. And one of the things I realized is this show, we don't have as much news as we had in the past because there's so many other shows. There's so many other opportunities and venues for people to talk about what's new and what's coming and to show things off. When we go back to 2015 or before 2014, there wasn't a lot out there. There's like this and a couple other smaller events around the world. So
well, I mean, Amiga Germany, right? There was no Amiga Germany.
Right.
There was no Kickstart UK or Kickstart 01. Although the 2015 version was a charity event, a small charity event, was fantastic, and it brought a lot of people in. And you've got the groups in the UK like the Southwest Amiga Group. User groups have popped up everywhere.
Yeah.
There's new user groups in the UK.
Wow.
I was amazed when I went to the Kickstart 02 in Nottingham that the number of new user groups that started up.
That's fantastic. And average, we don't have any user. AMUC doesn't count. We don't have user groups anymore. We used to, well, that's actually not true. I take it back. Duncan here from Togo. We have one other user group kind of at the show promoting.
I suppose SAC is a user group.
SAC is a user group.
Which run the show.
But if we go back a few years, I think we had like AMUC and PAC and a few other groups coming in, and that energy sort of died off. And now we're more into the folks who are soldering things and really into the nitty-gritty nuts and bolts of it all.
I mean, one disadvantage of the States is it's a big place.
Big place.
Yeah, so I mean, getting people together is not always easy. You have to make a real effort. In Europe, there's a Dutch user group, there's a Belgian user group, and they meet up.
Yep, all the time.
And to be honest, they're not far apart either.
Yes, you can get on the train 4 hours later, you're there.
Well, not even 4 hours. I mean, there's a part of Europe where...
Well, like Munich to Amsterdam is like a 4 or 5 hour train ride.
In Netherlands, Belgium, or Germany, within 30 minutes.
Yes. People do those countries to the job in the same country. Because it's all,
So, I think that's a problem. It's not a problem, but that's an issue that in the US is more difficult. There's the distances.
It is a challenge. And we do a lot of other stuff, right? I want to pivot a little bit and talk about the 1222 Plus,
right.
Since you're here and we're presenting. You have Amiga in France, is the distributor. The systems are out now. You sold 2 boards here instantly, which was great to see.
It should have been more. I should have bought more, but such is life.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'll put you on the spot. Like, how do you see the next year, the next couple years, in terms? Because we talked about this last time. Someone said, "Are you going to make more?"
We are going to make more.
You are going to. Has that been announced yet?
I mentioned it yesterday morning.
Okay.
Yeah, in my introduction. But yes, I've just put a down payment on the next batch of boards.
I'm giving him an Amiga hug for the group.
So yeah.
So you got to buy them.
Yeah.
I've been using a board for a little while. I horse traded for one. Take the past away, like where we are from like the 1222 birth process, the plus birth process. It's definitely further along than the X5000 was in that era of its life.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, it took a long time to get out. So
it did. But in the OS matured a little bit. But it is further along and polished. I do want to see more activity. Obviously, it needs more of the developer side. But if people are on the fence about getting an OS4 machine, yes, it's steeper than anybody wants it to be. But it is a very good entry vector into the OS4 universe. And we're seeing more and more SPE code become available, so you can get that accelerated experience.
Thanks to the likes of people like Daniel Musner and Hunu PowerPC.
Yep.
Great developers. I mean, Daniel's been kind of a champion with nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
He had created his SPE versions of some of his games. He hadn't added sound because sound didn't work on his card, because now we know it was dating back to an exec SG problem. Easily solved, and it works great. But so he started to put sound and SPE to all of his games, and he's posted things on the internet saying it's a really fast machine.
Yeah.
And with the right SPE formulated games, it outperforms anything out there. Really, it really performs well.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. Yeah, it's definitely a nice little package. I mean, I love my X5000. I'm not going to give that up.
Yeah, I love my X5. Don't get me wrong. I love my X5000. But I don't know. Is it the size? It makes me feel like I'm using a little Amiga again. It's weird.
It is weird. Yeah, it helps to have it in a checkmate case.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I tell you what.
It does help.
there's two sides of the checkmate case. You know, there's the big one which you've got.
Yes.
You filled it every space as you could.
I could.
But the A1222 Plus board in that case is dwarfed usually.
Yes.
But the smaller checkmate case, if you're looking for just a really neat little machine with something you can put a monitor on the top, it's excellent. And
Yeah.
I've got mine in a small checkmate case.
Yes, yes.
So well done, Steve Jones, for the cases. They're excellent.
No, it's a great point, and I was thinking that we should do a case competition next year and see people do like a judging table, go around, and like maybe we'll see. So appreciate that you're going to run more A1222s. Obviously, that's not going to be commercially available this year, but it does mean that if you're buying,
but we still have boards from the first run,
right?
So, but they are selling, which is good.
It's good.
So these will probably be available towards the end, because we get them made. They go to A-Cube. A-Cube do the bring up of the boards, make sure there's, some might go back. The second run will have everything fitted. That should have been fitted the first run.
Okay.
Because they missed off the internal headers.
I see. So they've improved their pick and place.
Yeah.
Got it.
They missed off because the original plan they had, we said, don't forget the internal headers, they need to be on. And a chip that goes with them. And they did, they missed them.
Okay, of course.
But, these things happen.
So one of the things the A1222 has, and the Plus, is those GPIO ports. And we talked about Xena on the X5000 for a lot. Kind of had a slow start. I know Lyle was doing a bunch of drivers, but it had some challenges. Are you seeing anything in the pipeline to take advantage of the GPIO?
Well, that was Matthew's baby. He wanted that there because he thought that was because he loves little add-ons.
Yes.
So you really need to ask Matthew the question because he's the one that really controls that side.
Okay.
But I think it goes back to his days of using an Amiga 1200.
Clock port.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Okay.
And that's what he saw as a use for.
So I would say, as a word of advice, let's find something that can use that, because we're crazy, we'll buy it if you build it, and it's just another thing to like energize, and who knows what's going on, what you get out of it.
I know,
right?
I mean, you see the work that's been done on those accelerator boards.
Yes, phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to fit one of those suckers in that machine to accelerate 68K apps. Whatever. I mean, it's amazing, but that would be cool. So we talk about the 1222 Plus. You're always a what's next kind of person. So do you feel that, like, what next is getting sooner?
Obviously, I'm not going to say what's next.
I can't. I'm not asking. I didn't ask what it is.
Yes, I do think, yes.
Okay.
There's several things going on in our cooperation with Amiga Kit. And I think there's some exciting things coming forward. I'm a next. Okay, when I say next generation guy, I love my 4000. My 5000.
Watched the video of your man cave, if I can call it that Robert filmed for an hour and 25 minutes. You love all that. You can't pick out. It's like your children. You can't pick one over the other.
You have these phases where, I think I'll use AROS on this little machine for a while. It's good fun. I like this new version of MorphOS. I can play with that. I'm like a kid in a candy shop. And then
in your own house.
Yeah, and then of course you've got the mini mix.
Yes.
The new mini
Yes.
The Vampire board, the Vampire standalone. You've got the C64 Mini. The A500 and the C64 Mini as well.
Right.
And the Maxi. So I'm a bit of a nut, really.
You didn't answer the question.
What do I like? I like my PowerPC.
Okay. So, software. You've done a lot to try to generate that ecosystem. We give you flack about LibreOffice. I mean, everything you do is 100% good intention, running into the wall of reality. Is there, browser aside, big ticket item, is there anything else that you would like to see? Do you want to inspire anyone listening who's a software developer to say, I'll help you build that, we'll get that on our platform?
Well, Steve had said that yesterday when we had a question after the morning talk. Someone asked about LibreOffice, can we make it available on GitHub? Steve put out a call for assistance for developers. So we really would like to get some more real help with that. And I'm going to make it open source anyway. It's cost me a lot of money supporting that for about how many years now? A lot, right?
I think I have children that are younger.
Yes, possibly. I mean, the trouble is things change. So we produced a version, or versions produced, which works, but really OS 4 needs to have something else to make it better. That changes, the build changes. It's a massive project. It's more than a one-man project, and we have one man working on it part-time, but every month, part-time for the last how many years?
I mean, one thing I'll suggest,
and that's paid.
And paid. One thing I'll suggest, and I know George has probably been listening to the stream, and Amiga Labs, and they've done some incredible work. And oh God, who does this? The new C-Lib.
Is it not Ryan?
No, the new C-Lib stuff.
Yes, sorry. I can't remember his name.
Live for It and AFX Graphics. I mean, these guys are doing phenomenal low-level code. I don't have the skills to pull this off, but build a roadmap. Build an understanding of not get into the LibreOffice source code and go understand how to go build a modern word processor. But what are the modules that need to be there that could be cross-compiled by a knowledgeable person?
Yeah, we were discussing this actually a couple of years ago, weren't we, at AmiWest, and it was Steve and Kevin Wong.
Yeah.
And that's basically what George and his team are doing.
It is, but you're asking for help. Come to my house and help me move is not a good way to get there. No. Come to my house for pizza. And then when you get there, move that box is a lot easier. I'm just saying, make it a smaller problem.
Yes, well, that's what Steve would like to do as well, because we need to get it piecemeal, get it out.
Right.
I mean, the benefit, which is not really a benefit, is really if you're an AmigaOS 4 guy, is you can run all these things on Linux on your same hardware.
Right.
But that you really want to do it under OS 4 because it's so much smoother and nicer experience.
It's more fun.
Yeah.
I mean, if I just wanted to get something done, I wouldn't be doing this.
Yes, true. Yeah.
It's the journey part of the life.
But you made a good point, and it's one thing that one of the things that Steve and I have been talking about is what's next. How do we, what is the thing that we do need a browser, right? Actually, iBrowse is actually really nice, but it doesn't do all the things you want to do.
Right.
And Odyssey.
It's just getting older. It's just getting older.
But it's not really been updated.
It can't be. Yeah.
Casey did a great job in what he did.
Yes.
But we need to move on.
We do, but it's going back to if you're going to build a browser, you need libcrypto, whatever it's called. The LibreOffice needs libcrypto as well. Libcrypto requires like 40 other dependencies, and we have some spot. I don't know. Someone can comment on it, but we have some subset of that.
Yes, and of course the browser that George and his team are working on is based on those
same pieces.
blocks. Yes.
So like, let's get that out there. Like you have a developer. Tell them to go figure that part out. Like, what is the dependency tree? Write a game software so we can launch it, and it's like one of those resource trees. It's like, okay, you'll be level 55 if you can get all these libraries together. Like we got to make it more engaging.
Well, there are discussions going on behind the scenes about how we progress from here. Not just with all the people that have a stake in the Amiga as we know it.
Right. Well, that's another part too. Like the cross compilation. Bringing a modern browser. If there was a modern browser that came to OS 4 and OS 3X, whatever the heck it's going to be, I mean, that would be pretty spectacular.
It would be, yes.
Yeah. I'm going to check the time. I see we have a couple questions in YouTube, but I can't read them from here. Oh, we're almost time for Raffle. Let me read the questions to Trevor from YouTube. 1 second. Oh, no questions there. Just check Discord if anyone's out there listening. Scrolling down. Yeah. Nope. Doesn't look like it. A few people are listening, but I didn't see any questions at a quick glance.
Whoever's listening, thanks for listening.
Thank you. And let's go do a raffle.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello? Is that not echoing? That's pretty cool. Okay. I won't get too annoyed. I got my finger on the button just in case. It is 2 o'clock, Jerry. Do you know what that means?
Raffle time!
Every, 15 minutes in the olden days? And you're blocking the camera. You're welcome to stand on this side. We got one last person stuffing the raffle. Where are we going? We're going for the white, darn it, I did the white tank mouse. Damn it. I sent a beige one to my brother for his birthday, and I have a black one. Jerry's pointing a tablet at me. Something's beeping. It might be me. He's holding the hat. Are we drawing out of the steampunk hat?
Yes, we are. I need to get my glasses on. Crazy.
We're drawing out of the steampunk hat. You're getting like the list. So we got two things going on. Two things. We're going to be drawing our raffle items. This one. And we are also going to be awarding the trophies, which is kind of already known who's going to win. So it's kind of been that way from the beginning of the show. So that's what I love about the games competition. So we're going to have to do like 3 games next year. So like...
You still have a chance.
No. Mr. Level 3 is lagging, so I'm going to go get an accelerator from my room to take care of that, which I assume it did. It did. So level 3 doesn't lag anymore. 30,000 points or something? Yeah, 48,000 to 71.9. Okay, don't want to go too far. Okay, are we doing this? Ready. It's this is like the Sorting Hat. Hold on, it's going to tell me which house I'm in. Okay. AmigaOS. Okay, so Jerry runs the raffle. After the wildly successful World Raffle, where anybody could buy tickets, Jerry's like, I'm never doing that again. It's too much of a pain. You have to be here. The raffle items have to be here. So everything's here, except for the design droid. That is going to be something that he's not here to draw you. And discrete effects is going to be shipped as well. Is the TV here? I don't think so. No, those are shipping. He gave Bill a pass on the vampire and the TV. It's crazy stuff. So what do we got first?
So let's.
Okay, it's your show. This is the Omniport number 16. Okay. We should get like a UN observer to make sure there's no tampering here. We're checking the bag. Checking the bag. Call them all. Okay.
I need my assistant.
Okay, come on up. Let's draw.
The official AmiWest drawer. Take it? All right.
Okay. Do you want to call them out?
I can call it out. 7, 8, 6, 2, 8, 9. That's yours. All right. That's the Omniport.
You can verify.
All righty. You got me. All righty, let's up. There we go. Next up is the 4-port game adapter. Let's see. Look in there.
Come on out.
Come on out. More in there. There's still one in there. All right, are they all gone? All right. Take your word for it. Seven, 8, 6, 9, 4, 1. 7, 8, 6, 9, 4, 1. 9, 4, 1. Is that you, Bill? Steve. All right, Steve, I need to check.
What I win? No, I'm used to that.
All right, 941. You won the 4-player adapter. All right. Next up is the Roku from Discrete FX, the Roku standalone. There we go. Is that all of them? All right, that's all of them. So where's Bill at? Oh, there's Bill. So we'll work with Bill on the shipping on this, but I do want you to get, where's Josh? Oh, Josh. Josh, get over there with Bill, and let's make sure we both get the email address so we have a backup on this. And the winner of the Discrete FX standalone Roku is 786-646. 786-646. I hear a woo. Is that a woo for a win? Is that Gino? All right. So Bill's in the shirt there. Bill's in the shirt there.
My daughter daughter's all happy now.
All right, all right. So go, Gino, work with Josh and Bill to get your email address because we're going to have that shipped to you. The one that's running away? Yeah, find him. All right, let's get the tickets emptied. Yeah, gonna grab the next one. Very good. Let's empty that in there. This is for a page stream license. Page stream runs on a variety of platforms. So the winner last year obviously wanted to own Amiga, and that's a great platform to pick up. We got a ticket in there. That's fine. That's fine. But if you do have another platform you want to run a page stream on, it'll work there too. All righty. What do we got here? 786-462. 786-462. 462. All right. So 462, and then we need to get the license to you. But if you can go over with Josh and get your email address, we'll hook you up with that license online. All right. What's our next one? Oh, number 12. Oh, this one. I personally find this to be a really, really cool prize. We mentioned it earlier. We'll get it. All right, get that one. So this is a digital portrait by Stu, who did the art for Cannon Fodder. There we go. All right, let's mix them up. Let's mix them up. Good and randomized. Last year my son won this, and the portrait came out fantastic. You send a couple of pictures from the front and the side, and then you talk to Stu, and he figures out, what you want to do: beard, no beard, hats, glasses, what have you, and he does it up nice. So this is 786-453. Is that you again? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Has Josh already got your address? Okay, well then tell him you got the portrait too. All righty. I think we're gonna have to talk to the organizers of this. It's starting to look rigged. Let's see here. Oh, it's your hat? All right, next one. 11. Number 11. Okay, this is the black tank mouse. A lot of interest in the tank mouse. All right, let's draw one out. Hmm. 786-674. 674. Was that your, Paul? All right. Your ship has come in.
I know. Go.
All right. Now this has the black dot on the bottom.
There we go.
I have not opened it to check, so if you could open and verify that, I appreciate it.
Cool. Thank you.
Now the next one will be the white tank mouse. Is that everything? That's everything. All right. Seven 786-108. 786-108. 786-108. Right here. All righty. You want that one? And 9. Okay, this is the jersey. All right, is that everything? Looks good. All right, give us a jersey number. Seven 786-649. 786-649. I'm giving people a chance to look through all their tickets. But again, 786-649. Yeah, 649. Here comes Gino. Now, Gino, I just want you to know that it says on there size medium.
I'm putting a frame. I'm putting a frame office. All right. What happened? Oh, you gotta take the ticket?
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Yep, we're good.
All right, thank you.
The tiebreaker? Okay. Let's slide that back in. You're precious. All right, next we have up AmiKit, the modern retro experience. Alan was showing it off on the table over there, but he's gone now. 787-004. Is that you? All right. So Josh, let's mark Chris down as the winner of the AmiKit license because we're. Oh wait a minute. Actually, no. Wait, I'm confused. We got physical this year, so it's the package, the SD card.
Fantastic.
All ready to go. So there we go. We did that digitally in the past, and I'm not in 2024 right now, apparently. Okay, it's the tiebreaker. It's the tiebreaker. Okay. All right, give him a good shake here. All right, dig deep. I was quick. 786-126. 786-126. Ah, our new sponsor. Come on down. All right. So now you absolutely are committed to coming back next year and wearing the tie.
Oh, definitely.
Next is the Zulu SCSI board from Alex, Rabbit Hole Computing. Hey Alex, we're gonna do your board now. And the raffle?
Yeah, you have to go all the way over there. No. Come on, take it.
Oh, that's not it. There we go. There's 2 more. Well, the bags do their job because I wanted it to be such that if it got knocked over, they wouldn't fall out. But it also makes it hard to get them out. Well, I've got them tied shut. All right, Zulu SCSI. Pick us a winner. All right, 786502. 786502. It may be Chris. It may not. But it is. Yeah. All right, 502. And then, you know Alex? You want a date with Alex? All right, what's our next one? Oh, I know there's some people that are waiting for this one. It's actually number 5 is our next one. This is for one of these beautiful 4091 boards. Let's see here. Make sure they're all out of there. All right, all right. If I shake it any harder, these goggles are gonna fly. I'm not gonna touch and taint the tickets. There we go. All right, 786525. 786525. $525. Oh my Lord. The dark horse coming in from behind, 2 in a row. A 4091. Yeah. Well then let's dump the tickets and we'll get that out.
Come on, Ticky Wicky.
All right. Grab that, empty it out. So next up is the Retro Passion A500 case. Yes, this was very popular. Is that everything? Yep. All right.
My dad wins, we don't even.
If your dad wins, you don't even have a 500. Well then, why did your dad even put a ticket in here? It's just a cool case, huh? Well, this case can actually, if you're not familiar with them, you can put other boards in it. It'll fit a 500 beautifully, but you can also put in a Raspberry Pi, and I think a Vampire standalone can be retrofitted into there. So it doesn't have to be a 500 if you want to really modify it to be something different and special. Uh-oh, a double. New rules. Doubles get separated and reshuffled. All right. Oh. 786623. 7866. Oh, Barry. Hey, Barry. Hey, now after this raffle, don't run off because I want to come see that Commodore 64 you got back there.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, all right. There you go, buddy.
Awesome, thank you.
Another retro TV.
All right. Josh, you're going to have to work with Bill again on this one. It's another shipping item from Discrete FX. All right, let me adjust my goggles here. There we go. All right. 75-inch TV from Discrete FX. I know some of us can use a 75-inch TV. You got it? All right. Good and mixed up. Ready? All right. 786 937. 786 937. For a TV so large your neighbors can watch with you. Oh wait, Steve, this doesn't work in Canada. it's not PAL or something.
937?
937.
No way.
All right.
What'd I get?
You got the 75-inch TV. Let's see, is Bill still over there? Let's see. Well, Steve is the red shirt. Go track him down. And we got to make sure that Bill's got his information as well.
On, Tiki Wiki.
All righty.
Wow.
Let me see what Josh's tickets are. All right, this is the standalone vampire. No, those are other winners. All right, here we go. Seven 507. 786-507. You're kidding me.
Hold on, make sure before I'm cool. 6507.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah.
All right, come on over here. Let's let's get your info over here. Congratulations. Oh, all right. Let's see here. Let's dump those in there, and then I think. Let me check something. Dumping in. Okay, AmigaStore.eu. They donated multiple gift cards, multiple vouchers. So we're going to draw 4 times on this one. Each time will go up in dollar value of the voucher. So the first one we're going to draw is going to be for the $100 voucher. So I've got a voucher code here, but I also want to get your email information with Josh, just in case there's any confusions, so that we can work out anything with Amiga Store. All right. So it was 4 more. Let's go. First one. $786-139. Up. All right, all right. So here's the voucher code for the $100. And if I can get your email as well, just like I said, in case we need to coordinate on anything. Okay, number 2, we're going up to the $200 voucher. We've got 2 $200 vouchers. $787-038. That's one of the higher numbers. Bingo. Ah, Chris. Yes. Yep.
Are we legit? We're legit.
We're legit. All right, the next $200 voucher. $786-177. $786-177. $177 was my address when I was in 5th grade. Just random facts. I know you're dying to know. 786-177. $200 voucher. Check your tickets. It's pretty amazing that we've gone this far without with no show. So, all right, 786-177 going once, going twice, gone. We're repulling for the 200. Oh. 786-259. 786-259. Ah, there we go. All right. Give Josh your email address. Make sure we got the right one on file there. Let's go in there. All right, last pull, the big one, the $600 voucher for AmigaStore.eu. This will buy almost anything in their store. All righty. 786 5 8 4. 786-584. $786-584. Really? $600? 786-584. All right, 584 going once. Oh, well, 2 times a winner. Five. I'm not good at math. Let's pull it out. 584, 585, 584. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. All right. So let's get your email address to Josh. Like I was saying, that's the code. So I think I got the zeros and the O's right on those codes, but let's get your email address just in case I've screwed something up. That's it for the raffle. We're going to do game. All right, don't take off just yet. A couple of...
You want to do like a 5-minute break? Because people already want to wait.
Well, I mean, we got pretty much everyone here. We just need two. All right, real quick, we're going to do the winners from the game competition. So is for Bunny's Revenge, it looks like, is it Jesse? Ah, there you go. Okay, Josh, can you pull out the camera and take some pictures of this before we let this thing go away? So we got the Bunny's Revenge winner here. All right, custom handcrafted trophy.
Thanks so much.
Enjoy. Thanks. The electronics are not warranted in that. I wouldn't leave it on very long. But it has lasted all weekend, so I think it's solid.
Good job.
Oh. And the self-proclaimed, self-predicted winner of this one, he looked at me and he said, "I'm taking that trophy home." Our resident game developer, a guy we've come to know and love, Dan. Come on in. And Josh, let's get a picture of this one. I have a feeling I'm going to have a wall of pictures of me awarding Dan trophies as long as he's coming to AmiWest. Great. Thanks, guys. Thanks for playing. Thanks for keeping the fun up.
Thank you.
We have a box for that, but I don't know if we have a box for both. Oh, actually.
Hey, it's sometime in the afternoon, 2:38. The show is going to shut down at 5. You know, for the exhibitors, if you want to start closing down, we can do that a little early. You know, it's been a solid group of people, but the official end of the show is going to be at 5 o'clock. Trying to remember if there's any announcements. We'll have some more closing remarks then, but until then, enjoy the last few hours of AmiWest 2024. So I'm seeing the trouble around like a Patreon type situation. I think for Exec SG, I don't want to answer for him, but I think he's busy with other stuff, and I don't think building up like a smaller revenue stream is going to be an appreciable challenge or appreciable difference. I'll ask him about that when I get a chance. But yeah. So, I mean, at this point, we got 15 folks listening. I love it. Thank you so much for dialing in. I can let the stream go until 5, or we can go ahead and just shut it down now. I don't have any additional content. I could grab Alex Perez. We did not do Alex's stuff yet. Let me go talk to Alex. Let me see if he's interested in doing a quick presentation of his products, because he wasn't feeling great yesterday, and I can probably take it to him. Give me a second. Okay, Alex says he's still not feeling great, so I'm going to help him out here and talk about his product on the stream. Let me kill that background noise, and then we'll shut this down here in a few minutes. My button is... Okay, hold on. Okay. Someone asked somewhere what software I was using for the participant stuff, and it's called Video or Video.ninja. Fantastic, love it, wow, highly recommend it. If you do anything like this, highly recommend it. Okay, I wanted to help out Alex, and I wanted to show off. It's not a new card. He's had this for a while now. Well, it's too close. He's had this thing for a while. It's called the Zulu SCSI RP 2040. RP 2040. We'll do a zoom in here. This camera's pretty good at this. This is a SCSI to SD device. It allows you to take an SD card and plug it into that slot. I've got a 64 gig card in mine at home. And it allows that card to be presented on, of course, the SCSI bus. SCSI to SD, Zulu SCSI. Easy to flash the firmware. Why I'm advertising this for him, and a couple stories. Alan Crandall pinged me a couple months ago, and says, hey, I'm coming to the show. I've got some drives. I can't get the data off of them. Can you help me? I'm like, sure, I'll plug them into one of my systems. And earlier this week, time had flown by. I hadn't helped him out. And one of the magical things about this board is what's called the initiator switch. I think it's at the top. I just switched it to on. What that does is it takes this board and turns it into a SCSI controller. So I can then plug a SCSI hard drive into this board. I put in my SD card. I power the hard drive. I had a power supply lying around. And the board wakes up and automatically copies the contents of that disk onto this card as a file. So if you are using UAE and you've got some old SCSI drives and you want to access your old image files, your old content, whatever it is, you buy this board, you throw that switch, you plug in your device, and it will just slurp the data off. You take the file, you plug it into Win UAE or Amiga Forever, and boom. You have the files, you have your data, it's there, it's done. The way he's designed the software, it retries bad sectors 5 times. If that fails, then it moves on to the next sector. So it's almost like DD Rescue, where it's not going to spin forever like a file system trying to read a block. It's going to give up, it's going to move on. Creates a log of every single I/O that it does. Absolutely fantastic if you want to resurrect data. They're not that expensive. Highly recommend it. The other thing about this board, as I was saying, it uses files. So you can take that file, you can plug it into your other system, you can modify it. You can copy over 30, 40 gigs worth of data into that, well, yeah, SFS, 40 gigs worth of data, plug that sucker back in, power up your Amiga, and boom, you're good to go. Right, you have access to that hard drive not as a disk that's written directly to the SD card, but as a file on the SD card. You want to back up your Amiga, you take the card out, plug it into a Mac, a PC, a OS4 machine, whatever, copy the file over. When it's done, take the card out, plug it in, you have a backup. You have a problem with the card, you corrupted your disk or whatever happens. You know, this blows up or whatever, you have a full backup. So I wanted to give Alex a shout out. Rabbit Hole Computing is the company. ZuluSCSI.com is the address right there. As a raffle sponsor, helping us out as a show exhibitor. He's been a real big friend of AmiWest for many, many years. He's built this product. It's open source. You can get firmware updates regularly from GitHub. Just a fantastic product. I wanted to say thank you, Alex, and I wanted to make sure that people know how awesome his boards are and what their capabilities are if you happen to have a classic machine. So the question on YouTube is it a DMA device? It is a SCSI hard drive. Think of it as just simple. So it's trying to figure out where that noise is coming from. Okay. So that's what you need is it's just a SCSI hard drive. So it doesn't DMA per se. That would be the controller. Okay. So yeah, that answers that question. If you want high-speed SCSI in your Amiga, then you go to the 4091 device, which offers the 4091. Yeah, I noticed that there's a dropout. I think it's been happening a little bit. I'm not sure. There's no reason for it. Might have to switch to Linux on this computer. So what I was saying is that this device is just a drive. It doesn't do, it's not the controller which would do the DMA. So it doesn't talk to the system bus or memory or anything of that nature. That's someone else's job in the system. Broadcast. Let me fade this over. Okay. Look at Alan's your side. Okay, so it's 3 o'clock on Sunday. I got to the content that I had planned for today, plus a couple of bonuses with Ron, which was fantastic. I hope that came through on the stream. Robert has his videos. He'll post them. If you like what we're doing, want to keep us, see us doing it, feel free to subscribe to the channel. There is a donation link on there as well. I'm going to tell this crew, I think 21 people are live, and I'll talk to the people in the room about it later, but we are thinking about doing an Amiga 40th. I have a website. It's not quite clean as I would like it, so I will say it here. I'm not going to write it in the chat, but if you want to check it out, it's not ready for prime time, so this is kind of like a stream exclusive for right now. The website is Amiga. Oh my god, I can't type. I'm typing it in because I don't remember. That's horrible. One hand on the microphone. Make sure it's still up. Okay, let's see if it's coming up. Okay. Oh, yep. Nice. Okay. That's a little better shape. Cleaned up. Amiga meditation.guru. Amiga meditation.guru. That is the Silicon Valley 40th, Amiga 40th website. We do not yet have a date. The goal for the show is going to be July in 2025, so next year. If you're interested in helping, if you're interested in learning more, we have a mailing list. You can drop us a note. We'll get you on there. We plan on having, it won't be an exact replica of the 30th. It will be its own thing. But we're going to start planning in earnest to really kick this sucker off. So AmigaMeditation.guru is the website. Right now, that website is going to be for the 40th. I have some ideas on what to do with it in the future to help promote Amiga in shows. There's some sponsors listed. I do need to clean that up. Aeon's there, FriendOS. These are our 30th sponsors in the History Museum. I got to clean that up, like I said. So it's not 100% ready for prime time. But those who are listening can hit the site. You can sign up for our mailing list and be some of the first to know what's happening there. We'll be working diligently to make an experience worthy of the 40th of the Amiga. It should be pretty spectacular. So with that, I am going to say thank you again to everyone that dialed in, not just here right now, but in the past. I really appreciate seeing folks enjoy the work that we do. It is not easy, although I'm looking at this table, and I've looked at this table for 20 years. No, I mean, from the beginning, I was running stuff. So I've been doing this for 27 years to some level, and it feels like there's not enough stuff. Like, I see Hans is on the YouTube chat. There's not enough stuff here. Like, how does this work? I've just been optimizing and optimizing, and this is all passion project. This is not what I do for my day job. I just try to bring it the best I can and figure this stuff out. The connection with Amiga Bill was just wild. The technical setup that it required was mind-blowing. Thank God we got these new body mics. There's no way I could have pulled that off without these beautiful new body mics. Even though they're used, they just work so much better having real gear. And who knows, maybe for next year I'll get even newer, better stuff. Yeah, so thank you. Keep up the Amiga spirit. Do something. Go buy something. Go write something. Go build something. Go fix something. Go play something. You know, enjoy your machines. Clean them up. Get the batteries out of them. Contact your dealers. Contact your friends. Buy an OS 4 box, please. We need more users to get more stuff going. Buy the 600 GS. Write a letter to someone who wrote a piece of software that you use. Drop them a note. I use your code. I love it. Thank you. That's enough. 3 words. I love it. Done. They'll love it. And we need to keep that spirit going. There's people who work really, really, really hard to, I mean, the 4091 that are here, handmade, 8 hours per board. There's a stack. That is a month at least. And these people have demanding day jobs at some of the most impressive technical companies in the world, and they do this for fun. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Yeah. So I can just say thank you all for tuning in. It's a labor of love, and I'm going to sign off now because I could probably just talk for hours.